Our planet is a never-ending wonder. 1,000,000 years would barely suffice to see all the sights nature has curated, and it would take another billion to truly comprehend their machinations and ecosystems. So, in our human shackles, we can but watch and try to use our time to admire these gardens of life while we are able to. Today, we will look at one of the most active corners of our globe, the New World, the expanse only recently discovered through the efforts of the Hunters Guild. This massive continent and its surrounding islands have been the subject of much guild and research activity, and present a perfect place to experience the splendor of our world. This is in no small part due to the staggering diversity of the wildlife. From endemic unicates to familiar faces, the New World is home to over 70 large monsters, all with their own place in the ecosystem. In this documentary film, we will pay each of them a visit, discovering the miraculous and fascinating ways in which they live in this biological paradise. While every single one of them could and probably will fill their very own documentary episode, this film will serve as an extensive overview of all the wonders the New World has to offer. We begin our journey on the southwestern coast of the New World, where the hot and humid climate has enabled a dense forest to emerge. This vibrant and plentiful jungle consists predominantly of enormous trees, leading guild researchers to believe it formed eons ago. It is this assumption that gives this area its name, the Ancient Forest. From sunny plains and beaches to dank viney bush to even cool shaded caverns, the Ancient Forest is home to an astonishing variety of biomes and microecosystems that you would not expect at first glance. The world of the humid underbrush is almost entirely incomparable to the vertigo-inducing heights of the treetops. It isn't thus surprising that this vibrant mosaic of biomes supports an equally vibrant body of species, each with their own niche. And one of them calls the bushes near plains its home. Jaguars. These yellow-scaled fanged beasts roam in packs all around the central and western parts of the Ancient Forest. Hunting as a unit, they encircle their prey and take it down by jumping onto it one after another. The group consists of both the vibrantly colored males and the paler females, hunting together aggressively and relentlessly. A pack of jaguars may seem meager in size, but they are not discouraged. They are known to opportunistically attack hunters, other small critters, and even large monsters if they find one that is sufficiently weakened. They will, however, retreat if one of their own gets injured or killed, but not before. Cocky buggers for sure. However, nature is full of pecking orders, and even these arrogant hunters must bow to a boss. Almost twice the size of its underlings, the massive Great Jaguars prowls the same territory as his subordinate pack, albeit mostly alone. This large alpha is a male that, like all male jaguars, left his pack to grow and hunt on his own. Since the jaguars are pack animals, this lone wolf pilgrimage rarely goes well. But the few males that survive experience a metabolism and hormonal boost that balloons them up into a great jaguars, who can then conquer or form a pack within which he has breeding privileges with all the females. In return, the pack receives a leader that can not only fend off larger threats, but also bring in copious amounts of food. The Great Jaguars' most famous feature, in fact, reveals itself during the procuring of such nourishment. Once he spots appropriate prey, The slender lizard rushes in and, in a startling transformation, balloons his body into a massive gaping mouth which swallows his prey whole. His stretchy belly skin and slippery saliva aid in this impressive display. Once swallowed, the great Jagras hurries off to the safety of his nest, while his now enormous body is flushed with extremely strong gastric acid to begin the digestion immediately. He won't have to eat for months if he succeeds, as he, like many reptiles, has a slow metabolism. As he arrives at the nest, the pack awaits him eagerly and the spoils of the day. Reluctantly, the great Jagras regurgitates some of the partially digested prey for his pack to feed on. Food and security in exchange for breeding. However, this relationship is anything other than harmonious. Jagras packs are fickle and will often see their leader overthrown by another alpha, so the current leader must always be wary. This goes so far that whenever a great Jagras goes on the hunt, his pack retreats to the safety of the treetops, likely out of fear of becoming prey to their own despot, whose suspicion and hunger know no bounds. In fact, the pack only joins the alpha in battle when things seem truly dire. However, the danger goes both ways. Should the pack decide that their great Jagras is not so great after all, either due to unfitness or fatigue, they are known to turn on him and kill him. They know another great is going to come take his place before long anyway. This lack of familiarity even extends to the Jagras' breeding behavior. Female Jagras will repeatedly breed with their pack leader and then abandon the eggs almost immediately. No point in getting attached when Daddy Jagras could get replaced at any time. Harsh, but such is the way of nature. And this callousness with their eggs enables the lifestyle of another creature that inhabits the forest. A population as large and as volatile as the Jagras is bound to affect the entirety of their ecosystem one way or another. So, during their mating season, the abundance of their largely unsupervised egg clutches invites a certain other monster into the forest. The Kuluyaku. Raptorial in build, similar to the Velocidromes and Jaggies of the old world, this bird wyvern usually sticks to the arid deserts at the eastern coast of the New World. Its strong legs and powerful claws are much more adapted to the Wildspire waste, and its brown and yellow coloration doesn't do it any favors in the green bushes. But that is of little import to the Kuluyaku, for the Jagras mating season is an opportunity worth risking discovery for. The Kuluyaku is, after all, the New World's primary egg thief, skulking around the entire southern third of the New World on the prowl for tasty treats. Its large claws and strong pectoral muscles make carrying off the loot all that much easier, and its sensitive, nerve-filled beak can find any and all nests simply by poking around the ground and mapping out the area through vibrations. This ability also allows the Kulu to dig up anything from boulders to ores to ignition flints, an arsenal it very generously puts to use in cases of emergency. However, as it knows all too well of its low position in the food chain, the Kuluyaku may also often decide to just run for it and live to steal eggs another day. Its lifestyle may seem cruel and devious, but it fulfills a crucial function: population control. The balance of all ecosystems relies on no one species getting out of control, and monsters like the Kuluyaku are in disregard nature's guiding hand, pressuring the populations of Jagras, rafts, and many others to remain roughly the same size by continuously decreasing their offspring. A natural tug of war that must never have a clear winner. If one were to penetrate deeper into the ancient forest, a keen eye might note a curious discrepancy. The vegetation becomes increasingly dense at the lower levels of the forest, forming an almost solid wall of greenery. And yet, Most of the plants that are found here have hard, unyielding shells that contain their seeds, an adaptation to avoid the humid air rotting their seeds before they're ready. But how then can these plants propagate? No bees fly in the sweltering humidity of the dense bush, and even if they did, the shells on these plants wouldn't allow for pollination either way. So how come they grow in such numbers, despite eschewing the most common way of plant reproduction? The answer? They rely on a gardener. The puke is a common sight in the forest's wet underbelly, littered in his characteristic color-changing feathers, googly-eyedly spying on everything that comes and goes here. While it itself sometimes ventures into the western desert to patrol its oasis, the puke is at home here among the aforementioned curious foliage, for which he provides a vital service. The puke just loves to eat the plants here, including their shells, which the bird wyvern can crack with ease. It does, however, not like the seeds, so it just spits them out into the ground where they can germinate and prosper. Due to the puke's large territories, its appetite and eating habits affect the entire forest. The puke is, however, not just a benevolent gardener, but in fact an aggressive bully, whose behavior varies greatly depending on the perceived threat. The feathers around its neck are littered with crystalline mirrors that can, in accordance with the puke's mood, change their position to reflect different colors of light. By default, the plumage is brightly colored and vibrant, an extravagant coat for an arrogant monster. In this state, the puke will relentlessly harass and bully smaller animals to assert its territory and dominance, as well as be of a generally cocky disposition. Should its colors shift to brown, the puke is scared and threatened in such a way that it wants to just get out of there, an admission of defeat and humiliation, as well as exhaustion and fatigue. However, should its coat be of a glowing red, the puke is ready for a fight, raring to use both its tail and talons to push back an attacker. In a pinch, it can even launch its 4-meter-long tongue around, hoping to whip any would-be threats. Similarly to some frogs, the tongue is controlled by launching a loose bone inside of it forward and then letting the strong muscles at the base do the rest. However, this does not yet cover the puke's most effective weapon. At the base of its neck, the puke possesses a poison sac that contains nasty toxins derived from its plant diet, a toxin the beast can mix in with its saliva and spit at its opponents. It can even use the hard shells and nuts it eats to give its poison spit extra punch. Scatternuts, for example, will explode into poisonous shotgun blasts after a short moment. And for attackers from behind, the puke has another nasty surprise. The fumes generated from digesting plant matter can be combined with the poison in its body and then expelled through the tip in its tail to create massive poison clouds. But we do have evidence that even this impressive arsenal regularly fails the monster. Its feet have zygodactyl features, meaning it has a mitten-like assembly of toes, an adaptation commonly found in tree dwellers such as chameleons, as it allows for secure grip on each and every branch. Problem is, the puke as we know it currently does not dwell in trees, exclusively patrolling the ground of the ancient forest. This has led guild researchers to believe that this species once lived in high treetops and adapted to the high life, before being pushed downwards by the appearance of fiercer aerial predators, such as, for example, the rafts. Thus, the species became bound to the forest floor, their branch-grasping toes a vestigial reminder of the home that was lost. The high branches of the ancient trees now belong to other contenders, with one of them finding a peculiar use for them. Conquering the treetops usually requires wings, a necessity that causes problems when flying through the narrow gaps between the wooden giants. Brushing against them is both terrible and inevitable. Thus, one inhabitant found a creative solution that turns the inevitable contact with the trees into an advantage. The Tobikadachi is a medium-sized fanged wyvern entirely endemic to the ancient forest, meaning it isn't found anywhere else in the world save for some isolated sighting near Kamura village. And so, it has hyper-focused on adapting to the ancient forest's specific challenges. For one, despite its high lifestyle, the Tobikadachi does not have wings, its arms instead consisting of the strong clawed legs typical of fanged wyverns. Instead, it climbs upwards and then glides through the forest on aerial membranes that stretch out between its limbs. Its agile and flexible body allows it to then weave and land around and on any trees in its way without issue. However, its most miraculous adaptation comes not from avoiding the trees, but from harnessing them. Unlike many wyverns, the Tobikadachi is partially covered in thick fur, specifically on its upper body. When that fur rubs continuously against the trees, it builds up static electricity, which the beast then controls through its thunder sac, a remnant of its distant relative, the Zinogre. This is yet another example of the thunder trade-off hypothesis at display, which postulates that because of how the thunder element might interact with the electricity-based nervous system of its hosts, selection favors species that find workarounds where they keep the element outside of their body and avoid producing or storing it themselves. In this case, the Tobikadachi doesn't internally generate the thunder, instead relying on static electricity. Additionally, it keeps the thunder charge outside of its squishy insides, storing it within its fuzzy mane, and emitting the element through barbs in its tail and on its head. Once primed with electricity, the Tobikadachi is a force to be reckoned with, as it follows up its sharp claw swipes and deadly pounces with shocking electric bashes that can stun its prey. Some older Tobikadachi even learn how to coat their body in a thin aura of arcing thunder element, still not entering the beast's body, but now affecting and enhancing every attack with thunderous sparks, at the cost of movement speed due to the additional strain on its body. Armed with this special weapon, the Tobikadachi patrols the middle heights of the forest, preying on anything it can overpower. However, it too must be careful, as it could very easily end up becoming a snack for the forest's top predators. One such top predator has since its discovery become the de facto face of the New World. The pompous steps of its daily patrols fill many fledgling hunters' hearts with dread, as the ferocity this beast represents is truly frightening. The voracious Anjanath lonesomely tramples through the thick of the forest, its dark magenta coloration offering a surprisingly effective camouflage. This theropodal brute wyvern is fiercely territorial and will claim large swaths of the forest for itself. Any intruders must beware, for this beast is just as violent as it looks, charging and chomping relentlessly at any would-be usurpers that dare trespass into its domain. Before that, however, comes a warning. A roar, followed by two giant sails extending from its back. These sails work wonders for intimidation, as they easily increase the beast's visual size to a double. But they also serve another function. The sails can divert body heat and expulse it through the large surface area, essentially working as the monster's thermoregulatory organ. And it's this organ that should warn you of the Anjanath's most fearsome ability. A monster that has developed ways to divert heat is naturally capable of producing said heat. The Anjanath's mucus is highly volatile and flammable, and by running it through its flame sac, raising its temperature, the beast can ignite and launch the flaming liquid at its opponent with devastating effects. Be it from its nostrils as a diffuse cloud of embers, or from its mouth as a deadly flame beam, once the spark starts flying, the Anjanath becomes incredibly dangerous. And even if his opponent runs, the beast will find them. A specialized nasal structure usually sits flaccidly inside the Anjanath's snout, but by flushing it with blood, the organ becomes erect and reveals itself as a fleshy, wrinkled monument upon the wyvern's head. The structure is riddled with olfactory receptors, being able to perceive smell much like the inside of a nose. However, by being wrinkled and porous, the organ massively increases its surface size and thus the amount of space in which these receptors can come into contact with smells. This increases the Anjanath's smelling ability tremendously, enabling it to track its adversary across almost the entire forest. Such an adaptation may seem excessive, but the Anjanath cares greatly for its territory, marking it almost religiously with its mucus and its feces. That is because the sexual fitness of a male Anjanath is measured by the size of his territory. When a female struts by, the male must impress her by showing off the vast lands he rules over. So, a male Anjanath is ferociously protective of his territories, fighting tooth and nail to not be pushed out. In fact, the Anjanath is ideally endemic to the ancient forest, and one of the most reliable ways to determine that the forest's ecosystem is disturbed is to find an Anjanath anywhere else, for example in the eastern desert, where they will only venture after they've been usurped by a stronger, invasive species. But even within the natural balance of the forest, the Anjanath isn't safe entirely, for there are a few monsters that can and will cause it substantial trouble. In the forest, life has a rhythm, a cadence that it follows in all of its facets. The slow graze of the Aptonoth is interrupted by the fast twitch of the Anjanath. When a biome is both so vast and so thickly covered in vegetation, much of life depends on one's ability to act both quickly and decisively if one is on the carnivorous side of the spectrum. Few creatures are so adept at this than the flying wyvern that stalks through the darkness of the bush. Stealth is only one of the many strengths of the Naga Kuga, a fearsome sight both in the old and the new world. Covered in aerodynamic black fur, this apex predator excels not just at sneaking up on its prey, but also at pouncing and chasing, as its lack of hard shelling makes the beast much more agile than many of its cousins. The Nargacuga belongs to a subgroup of flying wyvern called footed wyverns, meaning that their front limbs function as arms first, wings second. This lineage underwent a bizarre journey as they lost the signature ability of the flying wyverns, flight, without losing the basic body plan, culminating in the now extinct Wyvern Rex, the original footed wyvern. In fact, the Nargacuga unanimously prefers hunting on foot, relying on quadrupedal movement almost entirely. However, as part of another subgroup, pre-winged footed wyverns, they did re-attain the capacity to fly, as opposed to a pure footed wyvern like the Tigrex, which doesn't possess that ability. Despite only having been discovered in the New World recently, it seems that the Nargacuga here already existed long enough to undergo some adaptations. While the Old World Nargacuga will very commonly fly and stand on its hind legs casually, the New World Nargacuga does neither of those things, being entirely quadrupedal and land-dwelling. This might be an adaptation to become more agile in the dense forest, exchanging the flight ability for more powerful and specialized front legs. Whatever the case may be, the Nargacuga is a force to be reckoned with. The phalanges, the large finger-like bones that support the wing membranes, are modified into razor-sharp wing blades that can cleave prey in half in an instant. But the Nargacuga's most heinous weapon is its tail, which, unlike many other flying wyvern tails, is entirely prehensile, meaning it can control every last inch of it. A deadly whip already by itself, the Nargacuga can further up its deadliness by extending the sharp barbs at the tip of it, turning the whip into a mace. And even if prey keeps its distance, the Nargacuga's tail contains specialized muscles that can detach and launch the barbs at incredible speed, piercing the target from afar. The New World Nargacuga even has a trick up its sleeve that its Old World brother could only dream of. The barbs are coated in a blood-thinning agent, which causes massive bleeding in anyone that gets hit. These weapons are not just crucial when hunting, but also when asserting your place in the food chain, as the Nargacuga has been seen regularly challenging the more established apexes of the forest, including the likes of the Rafts and the Anjanath. During these clashes, the beast's powerful threat display comes into action. Its face flushes with blood, turning the markings around its eyes deep red, while its eyes themselves begin to emit bioluminescence, creating frightening and confusing light trails against the jet black fur of the main body. And while it can't get away with this in the face of every competitor, its wide range of abilities have allowed the Nargacuga to carve out a continuous existence within the forests of the New World. One competitor is especially known for causing the Nargacuga and other predators of its level trouble, and it begins its ecological supremacy in the most unexpected of ways, with a handful of bugs. Fulgur bugs are a rare and elusive kind of insect that pop up all across the world in isolated populations. These bugs have the curious ability to convert static electricity in the air into nutritional energy, as well as storing that energy as electricity again if need be. This quality has made them a very desirable snack to almost any animal. A flying care package of pure energy is a no-brainer. While their main predator in the Old World used to be Gargwa, in the New World they must fear a wide variety of potential enemies, from Jagras to Tobikadachi. In order to survive, the Fulgur bugs have engaged in a particular type of symbiosis with a particular partner. Zinogre. Powerful fanged wyvern, a super predator that attacks and kills almost any competitor it can find. With its sharp claws and powerful front legs, this monster has the largest variety of prey and opponents out of almost any creature of the Old and the New World discovered thus far. This quality makes it a very attractive business partner to the Fulgur bugs. A monster that fights and defeats almost any opponent equals a strong and nigh on unbeatable protector. So, at some point in their evolution, Fulgur bugs entered a symbiotic relationship with the Zinogre, having relied on their protection ever since, and being able to freely live and reproduce within the beast's enormous territory. However, such protection doesn't come for free. In exchange for his services, the Zinogre receives a mighty gift, namely unlimited access to the Fulgur bug's electricity reserves. By howling and releasing a pheromone, the Zinogre can, at any time, call and count on the aid of the Fulgur bugs, which swarm towards it and charge the monster's long back fur with electricity, funneling it across the entire body on scales and follicles. This is yet another example of a thunder monster finding a way to outsource the production of electricity. Once charged, the Zinogre then carefully regulates the amount of electricity by discharging excess thunder through multiple extendable, exhaust-like horns on its back, similar to osteoderms. In its charged state, the Zinogre is a force to be reckoned with. Its claw strikes and tail swipes now enhanced with thunderous energy, the wyvern overpowers even the fiercest situations, being able to discharge electricity in form of bolts, balls, and even directed Fulgur bug assaults. The additional power is further enhanced by extending an additional set of claws on its feet, being able to slice even more ferociously than before. But it cannot last forever. The poor Fulgur bugs only have so much energy to give before they must gather more, and before long, the Zinogre loses its charge and must fend for itself. This friendship, however, outlasts these hurdles and further elevates these two species as partners at the top. While friendship may catapult some species to the top, others claw their way there all by their lonesome. Since ancient times, it has been generally more common for super predators to hunt on their own. Securing a kill as a carnivore is actually much rarer than one might think. On average, a carnivorous predator will only succeed in their hunt 1/10 of the time. This ratio is much less painful when you only have one mouth to feed. But what if that one mouth is so ravenous that you must force that ratio to change? How do you combat the meager spoils of carnivory when the hunger gnaws at your very being? Well, in one brute wyvern's case, the answer is to simply be as violent, aggressive, and opportunistic as possible. Appearing in almost any locale, the Devil Joe is a terrible sight that, due to its nomadic lifestyle, can be encountered anywhere in the New World. Its massive musculature and enormous jaws send out one signal: come too close and you will be my lunch. And it does not lie, as this beast will attack and eat just about anything. By using its razor-sharp teeth and thick tail as weapons, the Deviljho can overpower any obstacle. Or rather, it must. Its gigantic muscle mass is akin to a flaming furnace that must always be burning, and thus requires continuous nutrition to keep alive. This need shapes the Deviljho's entire being, as it picks fights all around the clock in hopes of just a morsel of food. In service of this, it goes to enormous lengths. Should a fight prove too difficult, the Deviljho will forcefully pump up its metabolism by flushing its body with dragon energy, ripping open its muscular clefts and enlarging its mass in a deadly gambit. In this state, the Deviljho is not just significantly stronger, it can also utilize the dragon energy as breath attacks, further amplifying the beast's lethality. The ancient forest trembles every time a Deviljho passes through it, from the humid foundations all the way up to the sky-high treetops. The ancient forest may be vast and dense, but there is one feature that serves as a definitive landmark for all that live here. In the center grows a gigantic tree, aptly called the Ancient Tree. While many individuals of this tree species litter the forest, the Ancient Tree is an exceptionally huge individual, being so large that entire groups of monsters can comfortably live and traverse on top of its branches. It plays a vital role in the life cycle of the forest, not just creating myriads of micro and macro habitats, but also collecting rainwater and filtering it back down to the forest in forms of waterfalls and puddles. As it is the beating heart of the forest, it is only natural that it attracts the most dominant species of the habitat, all vying for a spot in the Edenic garden. And while quite a few apex species thrive under the branches and in the hollows, only one group truly conquers the treetops: the Wraths. These iconic flying wyverns are among the most well-known monsters, not just within the guild, but even in the general public. One feature that makes them so interesting is the unusually apparent and drastic sexual dimorphism, the difference between male and female. A female Wrath is called Rathian and sports a green armor as well as bristly feathers on its shoulders and a large chin spike, while the male Rathalos is red in color and has much lighter plumage and all but lacks that spike. These visual differences are only the tip of the iceberg, however, as they live very different lives. A young Rathalos will, as it ages and grows in strength, develop ornate patterns on the membranes of its wings. These patterns serve as indicators of sexual fitness, and the Rathalos must master its command over flight in order to properly show them off to a potential Rathian mate. Once the female is thoroughly impressed, nature takes its course, and soon enough the couple produces a clutch of eggs. It is only then that the Wraths take on the roles they are famous for. A mother Rathian becomes almost entirely grounded, patrolling the territory she and her mate claim on land. Prowling the fields, the Rathian makes sure her home is in tip-top shape, and any intruders better beware. The distinctive chin spike exists for a reason, as the Rathian uses it to charge into and stab any would-be trespassers, should she so be inclined. and her club-like tail is adorned with countless poison spikes, each of which packs a world of hurt. Should neither spike nor venom do the trick, the Rathian also possesses a flame sac in her throat, which she will generously use to spit fireballs at her fiercest opponents. But all of that doesn't compare to her most dangerous and most unassuming weapon, her roar. Rathians can make a number of sound, but in terms of roaring, she has two distinctive ones. Her first roar is a typical flying wyvern screech, a violent bellow that announces her power and dominance to those around her. Should the warning not be heeded, and should the Rathian feel cornered, she will resort to her second roar. This guttural, drawn-out scream is not a battle cry, but a cry for help. A request for aerial assistance. For while the queen stalks the earth, the king of the skies rules the heavens. The effort it took mastering its flight now blossoms into full control over the air for the Rathalos, as its unparalleled flying agility makes it an unbeatable aerial predator. Its lack of plumage enhances its aerodynamism and allows it to fly at speeds only few beings can match. Outside of its territory, the Rathalos is a calculating and shrewd monarch, only picking fights that are worth fighting and not wasting undue effort. But within its kingdom, his ferocity knows no equal. And when his queen starts calling, the king comes flying. Once faced with an opponent, the Rathalos can begin his assault by, for example, bombarding the area with fire from the sky. It can also use its tail like the Rathian, but the Rathalos possesses no poison spikes on it. Instead, its poison glands are located in its talons, an adaptation that fully arms the Rathalos for airborne combat. Hitting a target with your feet from the air is much easier than doing it with your tail. This makes the fight that much harder for the enemy. Cutting off a long tail at the end of a landlocked Rathian to get rid of the poison is much easier accomplished than severing 2 feet at the end of a flying Rathalos. It is for this reason that this tag team combo is so well known and so feared in both the Old and New World alike. Interestingly, the New World Rafts are actually a subspecies of the Old World Rafts, having a much larger wingspan and a different shell composition. In fact, the Wrath family is one of the most wildly evolved orders of all monsters, boasting multiple known sub- and rare species. One of them even lives within the same ancient forest along the New World Rafts. Color variation is one of the most common forms of speciesistic mutation, and with a group as prolific as the Wraths, it's not surprising to occasionally encounter an Azure Rathalos, a blue-colored subspecies. Azure Rathalos have, due to a mutation, developed a tougher, heavier shell that grants them higher defenses and also a change in color. This heavier shell should have meant a decrease in flight activity, but as it so often does, nature found a way to surprise us. Instead of slowing them down, the heavier shell forces young Azure Rathalos to develop much stronger muscles in their infancy in order to move around freely, and this enhanced muscle growth continues well into adulthood. Once matured, the Azure Rathalos finds himself not just shielded by much tougher armor, but also enhanced with musculature its red cousins could only dream of. This increased strength allows the Azure Rathalos to fly much longer, which in turn causes it to develop a much more advanced airborne skill set. Some bigger Azure Rathalos can even leverage their tougher hide to crash headfirst into prey out of the air at top speed, an act that a regular Wrath would not survive. The Rafts present the pinnacle of almost all ecosystems they nest in. Their sexually dimorphic teamwork and their hyper-specific adaptations to the roles make them an uncontested force in their habitat, and the ancient forest is no exception. Usurpers like the Nargacuga and the Zenogre will do their best, and disturbances like the Deviljho can certainly disrupt the order, but when the dust settles, the king and queen reign supreme. Well, Usually, that is. The life of regular beings usually revolves around a strict and somewhat stable food chain and the resulting hierarchy. The herbivores are eaten by carnivores, which under themselves are ordered by scavengers, hunters, predators, and apex predators. This set of roles creates a harsh but harmonious balance, which allows life to propagate and evolve. However, there are some creatures that exist outside of this order. Beings with power and abilities that elude human comprehension, organisms that defy all known laws of physics and biology to become walking natural calamities. The Hunters Guild classifies these rogues of nature as elder dragons, solitary and reclusive beings that bring ecological change wherever they go. The New World is a special case, however, as it is the site of the Elder Crossing, a mysterious event where numerous elder dragons migrate the new continent for as of yet unknown reasons. For this reason, the New World is generally somewhat more stable in the face of elder dragon activity, as it happens so often. In fact, most biomes on the continent house at least one or even two permanently resident species of elder dragons, which may come out and cause a ruckus every once in a while, but do generally not cause widespread death and calamity. The ancient forest is, perhaps due to its proximity to the coast, an exception, having no permanent resident elder dragon. However, there is one type of elder dragon that does venture into the forest ever so often, and it is a ghoulish sight indeed. No bird sings, no squirrel squeal, not a sound of life occurs when the Vale stalks the forest. This ghastly wyvern usually inhabits the rotten Vale further into the continent, where it feeds and controls effluvium, a type of decomposition bacteria that lives in the Vale. Usually, a Vale depends on the effluvium in a sort of symbiosis. He gets to use it to pre-digest his food, the bacteria gets to have a share of said food. However, because effluvium is produced by rot, and the Vale is very much a living thing despite appearances, it cannot produce the effluvium itself, meaning that the Vale is forced to remain within the eternal graveyard of the Vale. But ever so often, an adventurous Vale will absorb as much effluvium as it can hold before venturing out and exploring other habitats, namely the forest. This is when the Elder Dragon's miraculous abilities come into play. The bacteria that before was a distant ally becomes bound to the skin of the beast in forms of moss-like pustules, where the effluvium can procreate using aerosol particles in the air, essentially turning the entire Vale into a massive effluvium breeding ground. This allows the Vale to stalk the forest unwaveringly. The guild has classified these as a variant called Black Vale Vale. The difference between a variant and a subspecies is that a subspecies is a completely new population whose differences are based on genetics, whereas a variant is simply an individual that has undergone some circumstantial change, like here with the Vale. The Black Vale achieved its goal to see the world beyond the Vale, but at a cost. It is completely blind. The pustules of its effluvial companion have completely covered its face. And yet, it still finds ways to perceive its environment. Through its intimate link with the effluvial smog surrounding it, it maps out its surroundings, able to react to any threats. However, a giant elder dragon covered in a cloud of death realistically has nothing to fear. And so, it lumbers through the forest, feeding on whatever wasn't fast enough to escape the bacteria. Leisurely it struts, not really bothering with attacking or antagonizing anything it doesn't feel like eating. Once it has had its fill of the outside world, the Black Vale returns to the Vale, shedding its pustules and releasing the effluvium back into its home, becoming a regular Vale once again. These disturbances cause quite the commotion in the forest and might even spark hunter intervention, but soon enough, balance sets in once again. nature will always find a way. From the small, opportunistic bottom feeders to the triumphant rulers of the sky, the precarious balance of life continues on evermore. A Jagras preys on the Aptonoth as the Anjanath stalks the forest and the Zenogre zaps through the bush, all in the shadow of Arathalos' wings. And thus, the ancient forest prevails, a haven for all sorts of organisms, a garden within which the drama of living and dying unfolds unyieldingly. The climate of the New World is distinguished by its hyper-localized biome zones, the arrangement of which is dictated both by air currents and by the Everstream, an underground network that allows bioenergy to flow between all habitats on the continent. The various differing concentrations of this life-giving energy dictate the specific environments that spring up on the continent. In the south, while the western side is covered by the thick and lush ancient forest, the east is home to a much rougher environment. The Wildspire Waste stretches throughout the southeastern corner, a vast and dry desert land that sees much sun and little rain. This arid tundra may at a glance seem devoid of life and variety, but a closer look reveals a surprising density of flora and fauna. Equally surprising is the variety of biomes within the waste. One would expect a dry desert to be little more than sand and dust, and yet in the Wildspire Waste, that is only a fraction of what can be found. While there indeed is a dry, rocky desert area that stretches throughout most of the zone, it isn't homogeneous. The cliff faces in the west are rocky and elevated, while the sand dunes in the center are smooth and flat. But beyond this, the Wildspire Waste also includes the Silent Forest, a lush, green area to the west, nurtured by the vestiges of the bordering ancient forest. From there flows the Wildspire Stream, leftover water from the ancient tree, which cuts through the waste, forming a natural boundary between areas and ending in the easternmost corner of the waste, the mudflats, where the dust of the desert and the humid forest offerings mix into a muddy swamp that fans out into the eastern coast. Below this varied surface lies an equally vibrant underground network, a system of caves and tunnels that many monsters use to nest and travel. It is even home to some local Grimalkine tribes. But perhaps the single most significant landmark in the waste are the eponymous Wildspires, giant crags of rock and dried mud that rise up dozens of meters into the sky. These imposing structures are actually created by one of its smallest inhabitants, the carrier ants. Invigorated by the flow of bioenergy, these ant colonies create massive mounds, the largest of which the Commission calls Wildspires. Indeed, while it may seem like a dry dust bowl, the Wildspire Waste is full of surprises. Such a surprising environment thus naturally houses surprising tenants, as the unique assortment of challenges and microbiomes creates a need for creative problem solving. With how rare both shadow and water is, the Wildspire Waste quickly becomes a stage for territorial theatrics, as each species tries to secure their safety from the blazing sun. And one competitor has adapted to this struggle so well that it has become its core way of life. By all standards, the Baroth is an oddly shaped creature. While its theropodal stature and bulky muscle mass are very typical of brute wyverns like itself, the cranial megastructure and thick brown armor plating certainly is not. That structure is called a crown, and it is actually the Baroth's nose, with the vents on top of it functioning as its nostrils. This bizarre adaptation has one specific purpose: to allow the Baroth to remain submerged in mud for as long as easily as possible. The Baroth, while exclusively living in hot climates, actually rather dislikes heat, and thus prefers either covering itself in mud or simply sitting in the cool mud whenever possible. It also does this for feeding purposes. Barroths exclusively eat insects and bugs, most of which congregate in the fertile mudflats of the waste to nest and mate. So thanks to its crown, the Barroth can uninterruptedly snack on bugs and stay cool without much effort. Due to the bony and cumbersome nature of the crown, nearly no predators actually bother with hunting Barroth, as the effort of feeding on this tough and oddly shaped wyvern would outweigh the nutritional gain from its tough, bug-laden meat. Additionally, the Barroth also doesn't have to worry about feeding competition, as it is the only actual bug-eater in the waste. But this begs a question. Why does an animal that must fight neither prey nor predator need full body armor plating? The answer lies in its habitat. Mudflats are a luxury in the Wildspire waste, and a rare one at that, as the heat reduces most of the area to sand and dust. Thus, every mudhole is a precious treasure to be protected for any species that benefits from them, and that counts doubly for the Barroth. While it could survive outside the mud, as it traverses the plains occasionally both in the New and Old World, the Barroth much prefers the safety and coolness of the mud, and thus it will fight viciously for it. And thanks to its strong plated armor, it is all but immune to cuts and slashes, only giving in to the most severe blunt force trauma. Using this armor, the Barroth defends its territory against everything and anything it perceives as a threat. Not even the occasional Anjanath or Rathian is safe, as the Barroth accepts no unwanted visitors. One such visitor is almost destined to clash with the Barroth, as it is even more desperate for the mudflats. While the Barroth can very easily traverse the rest of the waste when necessary, the Juratodus is a Piscine wyvern and must thus remain within a liquid medium at almost all times. While it does have legs it can walk on, the Juratodus' scales are incredibly sensitive to heat and decay quickly when dry. Due to this, the Juratodus will try to avoid land time as much as possible, which puts it in direct opposition to the Barroth. The two species are often seen clashing in turf wars over specific mudholes. Its slippery body and bone-crushing teeth make the Juratodus a worthy adversary, as it is well suited to dragging large monsters into a watery grave due to that being its main hunting style. Its slippery body allows for tricky maneuvers, and through the use of its many fins, it can adjust its movement to a very fine degree. Those same fins are however also interesting for their historical relevance. While it seems that the Juratodus is endemic to the New World only, it only appears there, the Research Commission's findings suggest that it is actually a very ancient species. Analysis of its body and traits have revealed that the Juratodus might very well be one of the original Piscine wyvern species, from which all other Piscine wyverns evolved from. This is given credence by the large number of fins, which match the number on fins found on old Piscine fossils. This has put a fascinating spin on evolutionary history. Is what the Guild calls the New World actually the original cradle of monster evolution? Either way, the wonders around the discovery of the Juratodus don't end there, as while it is a primitive species, its life cycle was found to include something no other Piscine wyvern engages in: parasitic behavior. During the extremely rare wet seasons in the waste, the Juratodus will mate and produce a cluster of a few dozen eggs, most of which will never hatch due to drying out too quickly. The few that do make it hatch as tiny, almost unrecognizable Protojura, which instinctively seek out large monsters like Apsaros. Once they find them, they use any opening, from wounds to nostrils, to enter the monster's body and begin eating it from the inside until the Juratodus are big enough to survive on their own. There are only a few large organisms that practice parasitism, making the Juratodus quite the exception. Once fully grown, a Juratodus is capable of not just devastating bite attacks, but also of ingesting the mud around it and mixing it with the fluid the monster produces in its water sac, creating a viscous slime that can trap prey. The ability to immobilize or otherwise impede opponents becomes quite crucial in an area so wrought with competition. And when it comes to immobilizing the enemy, few are as adept at it as this next inhabitant of the waste. Nesting in the silent forest, the nightshade Paulomu patrols the skies around its territory diligently. This Paulomu subspecies split off from the main species when it migrated to the Wildspire waste, and thus adapted to a much harsher and more competitive life. While the main Paulomu lazily grazes on the eggs of the coral highlands, the nightshade must contend for meat in the waste, preying on anything it can overpower. This more persistent pressure has made the nightshade significantly more aggressive and more powerful than the normal species. This change is also reflected in the appearance. While the coral Paulomu's fur is pinkish-white to blend in among the corals and abalones, avoiding conflict, the nightshade's plumage is jet black, with green accents and 2 big red dots on its neck, a coloration that clearly sends a message. Do not mess with me. This effect is only increased by the Paulomu family's signature ability, an inflatable neck sac that they can fill with air by breathing it in. When inflated, the Nightshade's markings become much more apparent and warn the enemy that they should retreat, or face the consequences. Should the opponent not heed the warning, or should the Nightshade deem them weak enough to prey upon, it will use its ace, a powerful narcotic gas that it can generate in its neck pouch and launch at shocking velocity. One whiff will put almost anything to sleep, never to wake again. The clouds of gas the Nightshade produces are quite longevous, and the beast can even move them around by manipulating wind currents with its wings and tail. Additionally, it retains all of the aerial mobility of the regular Paulomu, using the inflated pouch to hover and float in midair and the wings to make rapid adjustments. With the absence of a strong Wrath population in the waste, as Rathians only rarely nest in the Silent Forest, the Nightshade Paulomu is free to reign over the skies above the sands. Reign over the sands themselves, however, is much more contested. While the Baroth and Giratodos live out their rivalry over the mudflats, and the Nightshade Paulomu bullies any lost Rathians in the Silent Forest, none of them have the reach or the power to be an apex species of the waste. That position is fought over in a constant deadlock with no clear winner. One species invested in this competition is one of the first monsters the guild ever catalogued, the twin-horned terror of the desert, the mighty Diablos. An enormous flying wyvern, this monster is adorned with rock-hard armor, an imposing neck frill, and its famous 2 horns, giant impalers that leave even the toughest opponents running for the hills. While called a flying wyvern, the Diablos actually avoids flying if possible. Its heavy armor makes aerial movement clumsy and unwieldy, and the bulkier New World population of Diablos has never been sighted flying at all, while Old World Diablos have been observed in the air on very rare occasions. Instead, the strong blunt claws at the end of its arms allow it to move through the ground through digging, allowing for swift movement across the sandy plains. Despite its fierce appearance, however, the Diablos are completely herbivoreal, feeding exclusively on cacti. This does not make them docile, however, as cactus clusters big enough to sustain such a large creature reliably are not common. So the ones the Diablos does find are fiercely protected, making them brutally territorial. Besides the obvious danger of the charging horns, the Diablos can also attack using its large club-like tail. And while it doesn't possess any ranged abilities per se, its roar is so powerful that it can annihilate the eardrums of any that get too close, leaving them dazed and open for more violence. This aggression is directed against any trespassers and disturbances, but also at other Diablos, be it over territory or mating rights. But even if one male Diablos wins against another in a contest for mating privileges, there is one more challenge he must brave: the Black Diablos. The Black Diablos is a fascinating beast, not just for its ecology, but for its place in the history of the guild itself. Just like the regular Diablos, the Black Diablos was discovered early on in the efforts of the guild to catalog the monster fauna. As it was a rarely seen, obviously different Diablos, guild researchers at the time believed it to be a subspecies, a genetically different race of Diablos that split off from the main species on a DNA level. This assumption became widespread throughout the guild writings and even entered the public well of knowledge. However, As more Black Diablos were observed and as research continued, it became clear that this was a mistake. A Black Diablos is simply a female Diablos in heat, which puts it into the category of variants. While subspecies are genetically distinct populations, variants are individual monsters that undergo changes within their lifetime due to various non-genetic factors. In simplest terms, subspecies are born the way they are, variants become the way they are within their lifetime. However, the misconception about the Black Diablos being a subspecies was already so widespread that to this day it finds its way into official records, despite having been proven false. A Black Diablos is born as a regular female Diablos, which then receives a deep black pigmentation when she enters mating season. This pigmentation works twofold. On one hand, it lets male Diablos know that she is ready to mate. But it also signals that she is dangerous and deadly to anyone who approaches her, the male Diablos included. A Black Diablos will only allow the strongest male to mate with her, and will regularly attack and even kill weaker suitors, a tendency empowered by the fact that female Diablos are naturally bigger than males. Black Diablos are more vicious and violent than the regular kind, but luckily this sort of violence only occurs during mating seasons. Nonetheless, this constant power struggle makes the herbivoreal Diablos a menacing threat to even the largest carnivores, and gives it a spot of contender for rule over the waste. However, the Diablos does not go unopposed. While almost no monster can match its brute brawn, there is one that can even the playing field through tenacity and brains. The scraping metallic sounds followed by bellowing roars is the unmistakable mark of the Glavenus, a dark red species of brute wyvern. Any onlooker will immediately notice its most striking feature. The long, blade-like tail is a bizarre and fearsome adaptation that sets the Glavenus apart from almost any other monster. While it does serve as a balancing tool for the heavy beast, the carnivorous Glavenus uses it primarily for combat, being able to easily cut its prey in half. The tail is formed through the accumulation of metallic ores and minerals on the tip of its tail, which are then scraped against rocks and other hard surfaces throughout the Glavenus' life to form a permanent cutting edge. However, this raw power is made beyond deadly when combined with the Glavenus' intelligence, as despite the name, this brute wyvern is anything but dull. When engaging an opponent, the Glavenus will continuously swipe and scrape its tail not just for attacking, but specifically to use the friction as a way to heat up its blade, until it turns into a red-hot cleaver, able to burn and cut through almost any adversary. In this state, its destructive power is immense, but again, the true danger comes from the beast's brains. By scraping the flaming tail even further along the ground, the Glavenus can create flames which it can even then swipe towards enemies with its tail. However, this red-hot state has a drawback. Since the blade is made from metals, the heat warps and melts them as well, causing the edge to lose shape and become dull. While it could reshape the tail into a blade over time, same as it did as a juvenile, that would be a slow process, unsuitable for the midst of combat. And a dull blade in the middle of the action spells doom for a Glavenus. Or it would, were it not for the monster's most incredible ability. On the Glavenus' jaws sit 4 specialized fangs, much larger and harder than its other teeth, made from the most durable parts of its shell. These fangs are not for biting or even for eating. Their use only begins once the tail dulls. When that happens, the Glavenus will twist around to place its tail edge into its mouth and then scrape it alongside. The 4 fangs will then serve as an emergency sharpening tool, as they grind across the tail and shape it back into a razor-sharp blade. The size of the fangs also protects the Glavenus' eyes from any sparks the sharpening might produce. However, the vast utility of this maneuver doesn't end there. The metallic material the fangs scrape off is then swallowed by the Glavenus and stored in a specialized throat organ called the bursa, which uses body heat to essentially function like a furnace. In the Bursa, the metals and ores are melted down into pure magma, which the Glavenus can then spit out at enemies. When enraged, this process can become so powerful that it temporarily discolors the shell to a more vibrant red. However, among this impressive arsenal, the Glavenus' greatest weapon remains its wits and understanding of its situation. While these weapons are indeed fearsome, the Glavenus doesn't possess the brute force necessary to face enemies like a Diablos, as it relies almost entirely on its tail attacks, which require space, precision, and luck. But through its intelligence, it realizes that the threat of a flaming hot knife and an infernal furnace are more than enough to avoid many fights altogether. Thus, it will often face other monsters with its mouth wide agape, revealing the red-hot bursa, while the tail scrapes loudly behind it. This threat display alone cements the Glavenus as a top dog, as only very few monsters are brazen enough to engage after seeing something like that. However, monsters that brazen do exist. While some beasts weigh their actions carefully, calculating their exact chances of victory, some others enter every encounter roaring and screaming for blood. This is the case for the flying menace of the New World, the Basilgoose. This enormous flying wyvern can often be seen entering the Wildspire Waste to feed and to fight. At an average length of 19 meters, it far exceeds the normally slender and small frames of most flying wyverns, its massive cone-shaped body being carried through the winds by gigantic wings and balanced by a long bulbous tail. Its massive body doesn't, however, limit its ability to fly, which is very odd. Most flying creatures evolve to either be small and light or have hollow bone structures and fast digestive systems as to keep the body as lightweight as possible. None of this seems to be the case for Basilgeuse, which implies that it stays in the sky purely by the potentially enormous muscle strength and buoyancy of its wings. And unlike other flying wyverns, it barely flaps its wings as it soars through the sky, making it less likely for prey to hear it coming. However, besides its size, the Basilgeuse distinguishes itself through the many oval growths on its underside, which many guild hunters refer to as scales. This is a misnomer though, as they are actually chunks of an explosive liquid that Basilgeuse secretes, which hardens when in contact with air. When it first leaves the beast's body, it enters a solid state, hardening and taking up the infamous scale-like shape. It then hangs off the beast's body until it is willingly detached, at which point it lands on the ground and sits dormant for a short while. Once enough time passes or the scales are subjected to physical force, they violently explode into a small flame. These bombs comprise the Basilgeuse's most powerful ability, which it can boost further by superheating the production of the explosive liquid, causing it to glow with heat. It is no wonder then that the Basilgeuse is quite successful in its disruptions. Anytime it enters the waste, mayhem ensues, as it can rival both the Diablos and the Glavenus. Some researchers have even theorized that the only reason the Basilgeuse doesn't dominate the waste permanently is its nomadic nature. It leaves before it can establish itself. Were a Basilgeuse to nest permanently in the waste, it would likely reign supreme. The Wildspire Waste is a rough patch of land, wrought with endless competition over its scarce resources. From the unassuming Baroth to the uncontested duo of fire dragons, all who live here face a daily struggle they overcome only through force, wits, and tenacity. But that is not necessarily hardship. This is just one way within which nature controls itself and creates the marvelous sights that we wonder at in films like these. And it is these pressures that create some of the most fascinating and awe-inspiring behavior nature has to offer. The mysterious force known as bioenergy is a major factor of life in the New World. Through the flow of the subterranean Everstream, it is generated, distributed, and used all across the continent, where biomes spring up in accordance to its presence. While the southern third of the continent supports a great variety of life, it is quite isolated. An enormous wall of rock and stone called the Great Ravine encircles the center of the explored zone, creating a hard divide between the south and the north. While the walls of the ravine do also circle around to the north, its southern border is much more pronounced. Once the guild managed to penetrate the mountainous circle, the hunters were greeted with one of the most magnificent sights the New World has to offer: the Coral Highlands. This colorful cornucopia, alongside its gloomy counterpart, the Rotten Vale, sits on the central node of the Everstream, where all bioenergy must flow through on its journey across the continent. The result of this position is an unrivaled boom of life, entirely unmatched by almost any ecosystem on the planet. Coral organisms originally native to the underwater caverns deep beneath the ravine were, empowered by the Everstream and the enormous amount of necronutrients in the Vale, able to not only thrive on land, but to grow to enormous proportions. Young megacorals begin their growth at the bottom of the Vale, building up their gargantuan coral skeletons hundreds of meters into the air. However, as their size increases, so does their need for nutrients. But the higher they go, the less nutrients they have access to, eventually leading them to die after reaching a certain size. But once dead, corals this large don't just disappear. While their fleshy bodies rot away, their massive skeletons are hard as stone, remaining and forming the bedrock of the Coral Highlands. This process has, over the eons, produced a vast field of coral landscapes that now constitute their own ecosystem, suspended far above the Rotten Vale at the bottom of the ravine. The ancient coral skeletons are in fact so solid that smaller, younger species of corals can attach themselves to them and grow. These smaller species need fewer nutrients and can thus survive up high. The distribution also naturally separates the Coral Highlands into two distinct areas: the Coral Depths and the Cloudy Highlands. There are two dominant types of coral here. The tree coral forms structures similar to that of green forest trees, hence the name. They congregate mostly in the coral depths, huddling together to form a coral forest of sorts. Meanwhile, the massive plate corals can grow anywhere, but seem to prefer the highlands as their nesting spots. These disc-shaped organisms form the plateaus on the upper layers of the highlands. Both of these corals contribute to another unique feature of the highlands. The air is constantly filled with a fine white dust. While some of it is nutritional dust swept up from the Rotten Vale, the larger particles are coral eggs expelled by the organisms in the hopes of them growing into the very same type of megacorals. This aerosol dust, together with the fertile Vale, form the basis of life within the highlands, which thrive and support multiple species, both small and large. The elevational difference between the depths and the highlands doesn't just create a physical divide, but an ecological one as well. The highlands are patrolled and surveilled by the strongest monsters in the area, which pushes weaker species into the lower levels, creating a rigid and clear hierarchy. Thus, when exploring the coral depths, it is common to encounter the scavengers and small-time crooks of the ravine, specialized species that may not have the brawn to clash with the top wyverns, but nonetheless thrive within their own niche. Such is the case for the Tsitsi Yaku, a raptorial bird wyvern closely related to the Kulu Yaku, as the name suggests. Both of them are part of the Ku clade, which also includes the primitive and widespread Yankutku. The Tsitsi Yaku was one of the first species the guild discovered in the highlands, and it immediately delivered a few surprises. For one, it is almost entirely passive towards humans. Its strong legs and long, sharp claws are actually mostly used for climbing across the various cliffs in the area, and while they can be deadly in combat, the Tsitsi Yaku is rather disinterested in using them if it isn't against their main source of food, the raffinos flying around the highlands. It is also not fond of conflict. having evolved a deep blue coloration that allows it to blend in among the corals. Humans can actually get shockingly close to the monster without triggering aggressive behavior, which has led the guild to mostly leave the creature alone, as it generally poses little to no threat. That does not, however, mean that the Tsitsiyaku is a boring monster to observe, as it possesses the flashiest adaptation of the New World. Upon its initial discovery, the bird wyvern was commonly observed licking and ingesting a type of pink moss that grows on the walls of the corals, odd behavior for what seemed to be an exclusive carnivore. This unlikely snack turned out to be bright moss, a species of moss that grows almost anywhere on the new continent but is particularly common in the coral highlands. This moss species is mostly known for its continuous bioluminescence, as its metabolism produces a light-emitting substance. This is also the case for some species of luminescent coral, which the monster also consumes. The Tsitsiyaku feeds on these substances not for nourishment, but as fuel for a very special ability. The bioluminescent agents from its diet are stored in two large, frilled antennae on the monster's head, where they lie dormant. Should the Tsitsiyaku, however, feel threatened and need a quick escape, the frills open into two large panels lined with that bioluminescent substance that, when stimulated suddenly via an electric shock through the wyvern's nerves, detonates a blinding flash of light that will leave any opponent incapacitated for several seconds, temporarily burning their retinas. This gives the Tsitsiyaku an opportunity for either an escape or a counterattack. This flash recharges fairly quickly, so the beast will use it generously. Beyond self-defense, however, this ability also helps at hunting. One flash, and the airborne Raffinos rain down from the sky, their bruised and broken bodies too weak from the impact to resist the hungry Tsitsi. Thanks to gravity, the Tsitsiyaku's special weapon is extra effective against flying opponents, which is a necessary adaptation, as the coral highlands are full of flying creatures the Tsitsi must be aware, and in some cases, wary of. The aforementioned Raffinos are prey to basically everything in the highlands, and the slowly frying grandfather mantigrels fly so far up and have so little edible tissue that most beasts don't bother with them. One of the more prominent flying wyverns of the lower levels of the highlands, however, can be quite a handful. Gathering among the Raffinos, the light-colored Paulumu hovers across the corals, lazily feeding on the coral eggs that float around in the air. Similarly to the Tsitsiyaku, it is mostly a relaxed monster, more concerned with picking the eggs out of the air than any harsh competition, their primary objective being to feed among the corals and then return to their young in the cliff sides and grottos of the ravine. These fluffy wyverns are perfectly adapted to that lifestyle. Their soft white fur protects them from the cold air currents that whip about the sides and heights of the ravine, and their semi-prehensile, paddle-like tail allows them to ride said currents easily. However, that is not to say that the Paulumu is helpless in a pinch. Just like the Tsitsiyaku, it too has a defensive strategy: violence. While the Tsitsi relied on a single powerful move to escape danger, the Paulumu pummels any would-be adversary into submission using its strengths and immense aerial maneuverability. It does, however, also make use of one very special ability. Around its neck sits a flaccid pouch, usually nestled between the thick fur. This pouch is directly connected to the Paulumu's windpipe through a flap the monster can willingly open and close within its throat. When in need of additional mobility, the Paulumu can open that valve and gulp down air, which fills the pouch like a hot air balloon and allows the monster to hover freely above the ground. Once airborne, the Paulumu will relentlessly attack any threat it perceives, slamming its inflated body into the ground and using its tail like a club to clobber its enemies and defend its nesting areas. The pouch is stretchy and strong, and at its base lie a few specialized muscles which allow for the pouch to be contracted, forcing air out of it explosively. While its obvious use is to deflate the pouch once its usefulness is over, the Paulumu cleverly makes this feature work for itself in combat as well. The sudden contraction causes a jet of pressurized air to shoot into the Paulumu's throat, which it then can spit out at an opponent at a distance, knocking them over easily. In the Coral Highlands, it pays off to be that adaptive and clever. And adaptation is the key word whenever the topic of subspecies enters the picture. As offshoots of existing, more established species, subspecies develop in response to a new environment or a new ecological pressure within a population. A prime example of this would be the coral puke puke, a subspecies of puke puke only found in the Coral Highlands. How exactly a population of puke became native to the Coral Highlands isn't yet fully understood, but some within the guild speculate that at some point in the past, a mass exodus of the dominant monster of the Highlands left a power vacuum in the area, one that the adventurous puke, tired of being bullied in the ancient forest, was all too eager to fill. This group of puke puke would have then, over time, evolved into this coral subspecies, changing colors but retaining their function, to stand out and seem more dangerous than they really are. In the lush Coral Highlands, the puke no longer must scavenge for nuts and plants, but instead enjoys picking the coral eggs out of the air for nourishment, a much more relaxed experience. As long as it sticks to the shaded depths of the lower levels, it likely won't encounter any dangers anyway, and even if it did, it would be ready. With the change in diet came the loss of its poisonous spit, but the coral puke puke found a workaround. Along the lower levels grows a large blue species of coral called a sponge fan. These flat, disc-like structures are quite soft and mushy due to them storing humidity from rainfall and the air as water within their tissue. They thus provide vital watering holes for any species that can reach into their water pockets. The coral puke is one of those clients, but beyond just quenching its thirst, it can also turn that water into a fierce weapon. By gulping down great amounts of it, the coral puke can then use the muscles it still has from its poison-using ancestors to pressurize that water into highly destructive beams, which it can shoot out from either its mouth or its tail. Its proficiency with these beams is also quite a bit more sophisticated than anything the forest puke can do. While the forest species throws out imprecise poison clouds from its tail, the coral species can spin and zip around its tail to create deadly water wheels. And the large tongue now has a secondary purpose, as by positioning it in various ways, the puke can change the direction and property of its mouthbeam without moving its head, which can make for a nasty surprise for any would-be attacker. So while its origins may still be mysterious, the results of the coral puke puke's lifestyle change are clear to see. However, while this is an example of very new, rather unknown subspecies, the Coral Highlands house another subspecies that is much older and much more feared. If asked what the most successful species of monster known to man would look like, most guild researchers would no doubt point at the rafts. These flying wyverns cover extensive habitats all across the planet and are able to multiply astoundingly quickly for such a large and complex species. It has been suggested that this fast reproduction is tied to the enormous ecological efficacy of the rafts, their clear sexual dimorphism allowing them to efficiently fulfill mating and parental duties much more consistently than other species. This high fertility, however, comes with a catch. The faster a species runs through the generations, the more mutations accumulate, as any one birth has a random chance of one or multiple random mutations. So if many births happen continually, the species begins exhibiting a multitude of mutations that may or may not stick around. A notable example would be the azure Rathalos, which emerged from a mutation wherein the beast's shell became so thick that it had to become stronger in order to still fly. In fact, many subspecies are born out from an initially detrimental mutation that the monster surpasses through adaptation. This is also the case for the Coral Highlands royal predator, the pink Rathian. This subspecies is well known in the old world for its heightened aggression, and its new world population certainly lives up to that moniker. As an originally forest-dwelling species, a Rathian born with a mutated pink pigmentation is by all intents meant to die. Sticking out like a signal fire, it can neither hunt nor flee, and yet, from this death sentence, the pink Rathian emerged, a subspecies that countered the worsening ecological pressure with pure fury and wrath, essentially becoming as powerful as a regular Rathalos. It achieves this through a few key adaptations. The continuous fight for survival enhances the pink Rathian's muscle mass, and the many assaults its tail suffers during youth cause the shelling on it to grow tougher beyond even the hardest spots of a Rathalos. Additionally, its proficiency with poison has also increased, being able to administer higher and stronger doses of its venom. The result is a pink Rathian which fights harder and more ferociously than any of its green cousins, and its permanent residence among the upper levels of the Highlands makes them a common and fierce sight. This is an example of a species making a detrimental mutation work for itself through sheer violence and aggression, something that not many species can do, but when it works, it really works. The pink Rathian can often be observed rushing around in a crazed frenzy, attempting to kill anything they can before they are spotted due to their bright pigmentation. However, aggressive as it may be, the pink Rathian does not go unopposed, as it has a rival that challenges it for the spot of apex predator in the Coral Highlands. And what a challenge it is! For no one can trespass into the Highlands without eventually being faced with the Legiana. This massive flying wyvern differentiates itself from the others in its genus through a few key specialties. For one, the Legiana uses a completely different method of flight than other wyverns. While monsters like the Wraths use bird-like movements to force themselves into the air, a Legiana flies by using the many segments on its wings to latch onto air currents, riding them at almost no energy cost and thus having little to no need to flap its wings outside of takeoff. This method has its own pros and cons. Because of the hyper-specific conditions required, the Legiana can only really fly in areas that have the right kind of air currents, like the Coral Highlands or the Hinterland Sea, limiting their habitats greatly. However, within those habitats, their aerial mobility is entirely unmatched, as the low energy cost and immense speed of the glider flight makes the Legiana the uncontested ruler of the skies above the Highlands. However, that rule isn't continuous, as another special aspect of the Legiana is that they are migratory. For the most part, Legiana spend all of their time in the Coral Highlands, hunting and eating and just living. However, as they become more mature, the Legiana will migrate across the Hinterland Sea towards the Hinterlands, an icy peninsula on the far west of the New World. Here, in the Hoarfrost Reach, the Legiana will mate and nest, before returning to the Coral Highlands once again. Some individual, stronger Legiana may however stay behind to protect the frozen nesting grounds during the absence of its brethren. Once back in the Highlands, the Legiana continues its reign by rushing down its prey relentlessly, both through its incredible speed and its secret weapon. Across its entire body, particularly its underside, the beast is covered in so-called secretory glands, which are little holes in its skin that directly connect to the Legiana's frost sac, an internal organ that produces a freezing liquid. When needed, the Legiana stimulates that sac, which starts pumping that liquid into the various secretory glands, which then secrete the liquid as tiny drops that hang off the monster's underside. This liquid quickly begins forming ice crystals when exposed to air. This gives the Legiana a powerful weapon, as it can now use its wings to blow the ice crystals into a blizzard-like wind directed towards its prey. Fighting a speeding wyvern is excruciatingly difficult on a good day. Doing so while ice stalls your movements is nigh on impossible. This combination of ice and speed has made the Legiana one of the most successful hunters of the New World, its power only really hampered by its limited habitat. However, this technique isn't perfect. Each secretory gland is, essentially, an opening directly into the monster's body, meaning that the Legiana is highly susceptible to infections, illness, and toxins. Worse still, once it is sick, the Legiana's own immune response produces a mucus which clogs those glands, which results in the Legiana being unable to use its ice attacks when, for example, poisoned. This, of course, makes its stalemate with the Pink Rathian that much more precarious, as that wyvern's spiky tail is more than capable of delivering such toxins. However, the ice-cold winds of the Legiana and unmatched speed of its blows still give the Pink Rathian a run for it, making this competition for dominance fierce and hard-fought. But even the various turf wars of the Highlands are naught but noise to the true emperors of any ecosystem, the Elder Dragons. Mystical and dangerous, very little is generally known about any of the monsters in this wide genus. The New World, however, presented the guild with a golden opportunity, as the Elder Crossing regularly causes high amounts of Elder Dragon activity in the continent. Activity that could be vital for observation. And while this chance has yielded plentiful results for some Elder Dragons, others remain yet shrouded in mystery, eluding explanation and defying classification. One such example is the thunderous steed of the Old World, seated now in the Coral Highlands, the mighty Kirin. As one of the first Elder Dragons to ever be discovered by the guild, one would think that there would be more known about it. And yet, this beast remains an almost complete mystery. They seem to appear in almost any habitat, but prefer elevated areas where they can trot about undisturbed. Kirin seem to be mostly tame, not paying much mind to whatever happens around them. Should one become hostile, however, it displays one of the most logic-defying abilities ever recorded. Through a movement of its horn, the Kirin can call forth lightning strikes from the sky at any time, seemingly with little to no effort. Beyond this, the monster also constantly charges up electricity in its mane, which it can release as bolts or use to shroud itself in a thunderous aura which hardens its skin beyond what conventional weapons can pierce. None of these abilities have ever been explained sufficiently by any hunter, researcher, or scientist, as they go against everything we know about physics and even against the thunder trade-off hypothesis. A few key observations about these powers have, however, been able to be made. For one, the Kirin's thunder ability grows and matures with age, as older Kirin, those with larger manes, are visibly more proficient at using it. This leads to the hypothesis that the mane might be crucial in the beast's control over thunder. That is only half the truth, however, as a maybe more crucial organ for that ability may be the horn. It glows whenever the Kirin uses its thunder ability, and should it get broken, it becomes clearly weakened. But even with a broken horn, the Kirin's thunder remains usable, albeit decreased in strength, meaning that the ability likely comes from an interplay between horn and mane. How exactly it works, no one knows. Up until recently, it was even unknown what the Kirin ate, until one hunter, by complete chance, stumbled onto a Kirin munching on some of the plants in the Upper Highlands. By all intents and purposes, the Kirin remains a complete and utter mystery. While the Kirin presents a riddle from the Old World, the New World offers its own enigmatic creatures for the guild to puzzle about. The unique ecosystem of the Coral Highlands is defined by an abundance of nutrients, high humidity, and multiple points of skybound elevation. Thus, given the average age and success of Elder Dragons, it stands to reason that at some point, the Highlands would have produced an Elder Dragon that is hyper-adapted to these specific factors, a super being born to take advantage of all of these aspects. This hypothesis became reality when the guild discovered the ancient abyss dragon, the Namiel. A distant relative of the Old World Chameleos, this Elder Dragon distinguishes itself through its unusual body shape. The large wings resemble the flaps of a manta ray and can fly without having to exert any movement, while the body is more reminiscent of aquatic reptiles, with the face in turn inheriting features from deep-sea fish such as the angler. But this body isn't just oddly shaped, it also behaves oddly. While it is normally of a milky pale color, the Namiel can turn on an orchestra of bioluminescent nodes on its body to completely transform its appearance, becoming shrouded in bright reds, oranges, and deep blues. It can also alternate the colors of those nodes to create patterns, both for communication and for confusing prey. But even that is not the Namiel's primary oddity. Within its body, the Namiel produces something that the guild has come to calling water slime, a light mucus that mimics the properties of water, but that dries out much slower and is much more slippery and conductive. This water slime has a multitude of purposes. For one, it is what actually stimulates the luminescent nodes within the beast, so if a Namiel runs out of water slime, it will revert back to its milky pale state. More importantly, however, this makes the colored state a warning, because if the Namiel does have slime to spare, it will use it as a deadly weapon. By spraying it out of its mouth, the Namiel can not only launch the slime to ensnare prey, but also to control the battlefield, as its slippery texture creates areas of danger for its opponent. By strategically placing puddles of slime around the area, the monster forces the enemy to stand within the slime, which is when it truly begins its assault. Thanks to its enormous wingspan, the Namiel can flap its wings into the water to create short-lived but strong currents, which weaken the footing of its prey. Once the target is thoroughly disoriented and trapped, the Namiel moves in for the kill. On the tip of its tendrils that emerge from its wings, the beast has tiny organs which can produce electricity, similar to that of eels. These tips can be used to touch the slime, causing a chain reaction wherein the electricity is conducted across large distances and into the enemy. By controlling the voltage, the Namiel can alternate between lightly zapping a few puddles and vaporizing entire wetlands. In moments of crisis, it can even resort to a more extreme version, where it quickly floods the entire nearby area with its entire water slime arsenal before crashing down with its tips charged at the maximum voltage. This resulting thunder explosion reaches incredibly far and is almost impossible to survive, but it isn't something the monster can do often, as it loses its entire stock of slime at once, which needs time to refill and leaves the Namiel vulnerable. Lucky for the beast, however, and for the other inhabitants of the Highlands, it doesn't need to use this maneuver very much, as the Namiel is generally docile and uninterested in conflict until provoked, and like most elder dragons, other creatures are generally also uninterested in provoking it. A land of plenty, it may seem, and yet the Coral Highlands unfold their own unique sets of drama and conflict. Even in the face of bountiful life, nature encourages competition in various, fascinating ways. Be it the flight of the Legiana, the thunderclap of the Kirin, or the watery abyss of the Namiel, there are no limits to the wonders of our world. At the center of the New World lie the Coral Highlands, a wellspring of bountiful life. Even the most weary explorer will find their smile unfold as they gaze upon the colorful cascade of natural wonders. But nature is inherently about balance. Prey and predation, cold and hot, life and death. The natural world equalizes itself continuously, and thus the life and splendor of the Coral Highlands, and of the entire continent, is quite literally built upon the death and decay of another area of the New World. Should an adventuring hunter decide to descend past the pomp and glamour of the corals and seek their roots, they will inevitably find themselves in a valley of miasmic decay,
the bedrock for all life and all death in the New World. The Rotten Vale. While the lofty heights of the Great Ravine seem to be filled by the coral highlands, the entire bottom of the chasm is what the Guild has dubbed the Rotten Vale. It could not be more dissimilar to its coral companion. Instead of a rainbow of life, the Rotten Vale is seeped in the green hues of a gaseous death. The rocky walls are adorned with dead, decaying filament, and bones and corpses litter the entire floor. It cannot be described as anything but a gigantic graveyard. But even a grave has a function in nature. As it comprises the bottom of the ravine, anything that dies above will inevitably fall into the vale and decay back into the earth. Due to the presence of a special bacterium known as effluvium, the decomposition happens much faster and much more efficiently than normal. Because effluvium travels as a gas, the nutrients from the decomposition are swept up as aerosol particles, which get caught in the numerous upward drafts of the ravine and swept upwards, where they sustain and nurture the corals and their adjacent co-inhabitants. Thus, the coral highlands could not exist without the Rotten Vale. And as the coral highlands also function as a major ley line for bioenergy and nutrients to travel through on their journey to cover the entire continent, it is no exaggeration to say that the Rotten Vale is instrumental to the continued existence of life on the New World, the ending and yet new beginning of the circle of life. Effluvium, which is deadly to humans and vivarians, thus plays the role of an envoy of new life, tearing it from the flesh of those that came before. And the fauna of the continent understands that. Whether instinctually or otherwise, all mobile life on the continent seems compelled to die either in or near the Rotten Vale, a final pilgrimage undertaken when the grasp of death feels particularly near. Of course, few actually make it. Hunters have to eat, after all. But enough death concentrates around the Vale nonetheless, keeping its life-giving function up perpetually. The biggest event for the valley is, however, the death of an elder dragon. As the unassailable kings of the food chain, they contain the most bioenergy out of all living beings, and their death sets off a veritable explosion of new life. It has even been observed that elder dragons from the old continent may be attracted to the Rotten Vale when their time comes. In fact, the main explored areas of the Vale are mostly comprised of the skeletons of two gargantuan elder dragons, thought to be prehistoric ancestors of the great Dalamadur, a serpentine elder dragon thus unseen in the New World. In the lowest depths, pools of blue acid illuminate the caverns, thought to have leaked out from the stomach of one such beast. And it is likely that much of the Rotten Vale was shaped like this, its landscape of death molded by the remains of the dead, now home for those who thrive among the decay. The food chain of the Rotten Vale is unique in that it has an unusual amount of scavengers. When your habitat regularly experiences rains of corpses, it doesn't make sense to actively hunt for living prey. This factor shifts the ecological dynamic of the inhabitants away from active predation and much heavier towards territorial defense. The winner isn't the one who can hunt, it's the one who can find a source of food and defend it. To that end, many different strategies develop, including that of the gyros, the lowest monster on the food chain. These serpentine-fanged wyverns don't pack much of a punch by themselves, as they are fairly small and frail, so they mitigate that in the classic way, teamwork. The gyros form lifelong packs, inseparable communities that protect and nurture each other continuously. It's in these packs where the gyros become properly dangerous. They each carry a fairly strong paralytic venom in their fangs, and while one bite from a small gyros won't immediately be cause for concern, 10 bites certainly will. This threat makes the pack strategy fairly effective, which allows the gyros to defend any found corpses successfully. They can even opt for battles of attrition. As the lower depths of the Rotten Vale are filled with effluvium, most inhabitants have to tread very carefully and swiftly, as the bacteria is deadly after prolonged exposure. The gyros, however, need not fear it. Their bodies are covered in smooth, overlapping scales which minimize the surface area the bacteria can attach to. And on their necks, they have specialized gills, lined with membranes which can filter out the effluvium from their breath and expel it back out, making these wyverns very resistant to the bacteria. It is also for this reason that the gyros prefer to nest in the remote lower areas of the Vale, where unprotected adversaries will not venture. Every pack needs a leader, and the gyros are no exception. The strongest and oldest male will, under the right conditions, grow into a great gyros, which exhibits numerous differences to its regular brethren. Both its general physique and especially its fangs are enlarged, which comes with increased offensive abilities. The enlarged fangs are also more sophisticated in their usage. The small gyros can only administer the venom through direct bites, while the great gyros can additionally coat the fangs entirely in its venom, causing even just a scratch to be contagious. And if that fails, the great gyros can mix the venom into its saliva and spit it out for ranged paralytic attacks. The most noteworthy difference comes at the neck. Its gills are modified to resemble a massive hood, which can be expanded at will. This hood serves many purposes, most obviously intimidation. The additional muscles around the hood enable another ability altogether though. By expanding and contracting its gills, the great gyros can produce a humming noise, which all smaller gyros immediately understand to be an order for backup. This means that even a seemingly lone great gyros can summon all of its posse at a moment's notice. Said posse is fiercely loyal to their great leader, as they understand the crucial role he plays in their daily survival. While gyros are fiercely aggressive towards other species as a result of the territorial competition of the Vale, they display surprising care and affection for each other and their leader, defending him even while he sleeps. While the gyros are capable of living among the fumes of effluvium, not all inhabitants of the Rotten Vale have such a luxurious adaptation. Some are completely helpless in the face of the bacteria. This separates the Rotten Vale into two distinct strata. The lower levels are where the effluvium accumulates, forming thick clouds of deadly mist. The gyros and likewise adapted species dwell within these sickly torrents. The upper levels, meanwhile, are well lit and mostly free of effluvium. This forms the habitat of all species which are not resistant to the bacteria, forcing them to scavenge among the corpses in the higher plateaus. One such species is the Radoban. While its imposing mass and grimly appearance make it seem fearsome, this brute wyvern is incapable of dominating the Vale due to its inability to descend into the effluvium. Thus, it exclusively patrols the upper levels for food. The Radoban is not just a brute wyvern, but also part of the infraorder of the hammer wyverns. Hammer wyverns are heavy-set and long, with massive, chunky tails. They are often distinguished by their ability to curl up into a ball or wheel and roll around their surroundings, both for offense and defense. They are also generally capable of harnessing their digestive gases for various effects, be it burn or sleep. All of these also apply to the Radoban. However, there is one trait of this infraorder that this rolling brute did not inherit. Hammer wyverns are generally covered in thick body armor, as is well seen in the Radoban's cousin, the Uragan. This armor generally makes them slow at turning though, which would be a massive weakness in the winding and twisting environment of the Vale. Thus, Radoban are born with no armor, making them much more agile than other hammer wyverns. This comes at an obvious price: no armor, no protection. But this is where the Radoban adapted in a truly unique way. Radoban primarily eat bones, sucking the marrow out of them and crunching the calcium. They scavenge by collecting bones and gathering them in massive piles, where both juicy fresh bones and exhausted old bones lie together. When a Radoban is about to lay eggs, it will dig underneath its bone piles and into the muddy tar of the Vale. When the younglings then hatch, they will have to burrow through the tar, which is a sticky black substance. This tar will stick to the soft, specialized skin of the younglings, which will be permanently coated in the black tar. Once they emerge from the ground, they find themselves under the bone piles, where they learn the Radoban's secret. If you don't have natural armor, just stick it onto yourself. By digging through the bones while covered in sticky tar, the Radoban covers itself in hard, overlapping bones which stick to the tar immediately. This armor is then optimized through careful grooming, where the Radoban directs the bones and puts them in specific places for different purposes. Huge bones at the hip joints to allow for better maneuvering, and big bone cages around the chin to make sure that it's protected from attacks. Thanks to this trick, the Radoban retains its maneuverability while boasting a replenishable, customizable suit of armor. Its only downside is that these bones can be broken or simply torn off, which can leave the Radoban very vulnerable. If that happens, however, it can just find another pile of bones and reform its armor. While it is true that many of the Vale's inhabitants rely on scavenging for food, there are still some true predators in the valley. Such a predator is the Odogaran, a crimson-fanged wyvern who will settle for scraps and corpses if necessary, but is also not opposed to active hunting. To do that, it will patrol both the entire Rotten Vale and even the Coral Highlands, which it can reach thanks to its highly mobile physique. Being a predator in a giant heap of decay is quite unusual, and thus the Odogaran exhibits a few unusual adaptations. For one, while it has visible eyes, it is almost entirely blind, instead relying on its specialized nose to take in its surroundings. Its olfactory organ is modified to both filter out most of the aerosol effluvium on the lower levels and detect scents even at their most minute, allowing the Odogaran to track prey even among the thick fog of decompositional odors. But its most unique adaptation is found in its feet. Odogaran have 10 claws on each foot, 4 false claws and 6 true ones. The false claws are always extended and somewhat blunt, as their main function is to facilitate running and sneaking, similar to the static claws of dogs. The true claws, however, are more reminiscent of cats, as they are folded upwards most of the time and can be extended at will. These claws are razor sharp, specifically meant for slashing and cutting. They are also lined with jagged hooks, which will leave messy gashes in anything they slash. These gashes will cause massive bleeding, which serves 3 purposes. It obviously quickens the prey's death, it allows the Odogaran to track the scent of their blood even more efficiently should they get away, and, if it happens in the Vale, the open wound allows effluvium to enter freely, killing the prey even faster. The Odogaran's adaptations don't end there, however. While it isn't the biggest or strongest monster in the Vale, it makes up for it by investing into speed completely. Its slender physique already allows for rapid movement, but it goes beyond that. The Odogaran's very neural network evolved to process information and issue muscular commands faster than most other organisms. This works through modified neurons that sport a massively reduced refractory period, the cooldown each nerve cell experiences between letting signals through. In addition to that, its synapses are much faster transferring chemical signals into the nerves, making its perception much faster as well. The Odogaran even evolved a trump card of sorts. A bizarre behavioral quirk of the species is that they separate the raw meat from their food and store it. While they will eat marrow, sinew, skin, and everything else on the spot, muscle tissue is reserved for special occasions. Those occasions are, specifically, mortal danger. Should an Odogaran deem a situation overly dangerous, it will rush back to its nest and eat some of its stored meat. Its body will then enter a unique state researchers have come to call proteinogenic overdrive, in which the meat it ingested kickstarts a metabolic explosion. In this state, all of Odogaran's physical abilities are enhanced, its body a steaming, glowing red furnace that leaps and slashes at ferocious speeds. Its true claws also become more dexterous and more dangerous. However, no animal is faultless, and the Odogaran is no exception. Proteinogenic overdrive is a last resort, a final gambit which cannot be upheld for long, as it relies on frenzied, perpetual movement like a desperate sprint. Halting the Odogoran's movement is all it takes for it to wear off, leaving the beast exhausted. And stopping an Odogoran's assault is perhaps easier than it should be for those in the know, as its unique neural network comes at a cost. When the synapses are that eager to absorb chemicals, it's not rare for them to absorb something they shouldn't. For example, the paralytic venom of the gyros, which is assumed to have evolved in direct response to the Odogoran's presence. Nevertheless, the Odogoran still manages to terrorize the Rotten Vale when it can. It is, however, not considered its apex species. Apex species are defined as monsters so fearsome that they are prey to nothing, at worst ending a fight in a draw and fearing nothing but elder dragons. These creatures are rare, with few ecosystems supporting more than one or two at most. One such species, however, is a little more infamous than others, as few monsters are as feared by the guild as the nigh-on legendary Tigrex. This nomadic flying wyvern is well known to travel all across the old world, but in the new world, it has predominantly settled in the Rotten Vale, instantly establishing itself as a top dog. While species like the Odogoran excel due to varied and unique adaptation, the Tigrex excels because of the exact opposite reason. It is by and large the oldest and truest representative of the feet wyvern suborder, having evolved very little from the group's oldest known ancestor, the wyvern rex. The feet wyverns are distinguished by their modified front legs, which have massively reduced wing membranes in favor of increased muscle mass and a more favorable angle to the ground. This adaptation makes the Tigrex rather unwilling to fly, but immensely effective on the ground, being able to run at speeds topping out at 50 km per hour. The Tigrex uses this speed to chase down any prey it finds, as it is a frenzied and aggressive hunter. In the Rotten Vale, it gets to freely choose whether it wants to bully the locals or eat the corpses. Should anyone be foolish enough to challenge it, the Tigrex will make short work of them. Its speed and muscle mass already fierce weapons, but they aren't the only ones. The Tigrex's tail is adorned with a multitude of spikes, turning the prehensile limb into a deadly flail. Through its many weapons, the Tigrex can cause tremendous damage, as it spins, charges, and leaps around and atop its target. Even its very voice can be weaponized. Attached to its lungs is an additional air sac, a pressurized organ which can force additional air into the lungs and release it explosively. When that released air is then shot through the Tigrex's voice box and out of its mouth, it results in destructive roars that can topple targets through sheer force of sound alone. Should all of that still not be enough to deter an attacker into submission, the Tigrex can pull one last trick. As it grows more agitated and frustrated with the length of a fight, the Tigrex will begin releasing enormous amounts of adrenaline, which will cause its muscles and blood vessels to balloon up well beyond their usual size. In this state, visible through the pulsing red veins all around the beast, its strength is increased many-fold, and while it cannot keep this up for long without risking heart failure, it is more than enough to handle almost any threat. The position of apex predator is rarely uncontested, however. The ancient ferocity of the Tigrex may seem insurmountable, but from the Rotten Vale emerged a natural counter, a completely new subspecies of an old world monster capable of challenging the Tigrex. That would be the acidic glavenus, a glavenus subspecies entirely endemic to the Rotten Vale. Like with all localized subspecies, its most apparent difference to its regular cousin is the different coloration, with a sickly green and grey coat of metallic scales which help it blend in with the fumes and decaying tissue of the Vale. In behavior, it doesn't stand much apart from the regular glavenus, being a tad more aggressive and territorial due to the increased pressure of the Vale. No, the real difference is the tail. While the regular glavenus boasts a thick and heavy tail that it swings with great effort and little glamour, the acidic glavenus's tail is much thinner and lighter. This allows for faster, more elegant swordsmanship, with more sophisticated strikes, slashes, and even feints. But that is not where the differences end. While the regular Glavenus' tail is completely massive and solid, the acidic subspecies has its tail lined with multiple thin vessels that hold an acidic compound derived from the monster's nutrition. These vessels are dormant as long as the blade is sharp. But once it dulls, the vessels open up and begin secreting the compound, which hardens into green crystals once they make contact with air. Those crystals' bespoke purpose is to soften up the dull blade, preparing it to be easily sharpened by the acidic Glavenus' teeth. They do, perhaps accidentally, serve a second purpose though. Because the softening takes time on the immensely hard shell of the beast, the acidic Glavenus will not immediately sharpen, instead continuing its assault while the crystals do their work. This can result in the crystals breaking off and releasing their acid as a cloud of gas, which will corrode and destroy any hard shelling it comes into contact with, weakening the enemy. This ability makes the acidic Glavenus enormously successful in its predation, to the point that it is the only inhabitant of the Rotten Vale that has never been observed scavenging. But alas, even the most ingenious adaptations and surprising advantages cannot hold up to the true rulers of all ecosystems, the Elder Dragons. Creatures revered and feared for their mysterious and overwhelming powers, it is only natural that they reign supreme over their lands. The Rotten Vale is no exception, but it does boast perhaps the most uniquely fitting resident Elder Dragon. The decaying valley is shaped and defined by the effluvium, and thus the Rotten Vale's lord is also lord of the effluvium. The grotesque Val Hazak receives its name from the native words signifying corpse dragon, and a more fitting moniker it could not have. This gangly menace dwells in the deepest depths of the Vale, beyond the pits of acid dripping from the dead behemoth's stomach, upon a mountain of cadavers. Here, in its kingdom, it presented researchers with a truly extraordinary ability. Through what must have been eons of co-evolution, the Valhazak entered a permanent symbiosis with the effluvium. The beast hunts and stores prey in its lair, where the effluvium can decompose it freely. In exchange, the effluvium flows freely through the Valhazak's body and aids both in combat and digestion. This digestive help isn't exclusive to its stomach. The effluvium will begin digesting anything directly in contact with the Elder Dragon's body and funnel extracted nutrients into the Valhazak. Thus, the Elder Dragon benefits from being covered in flesh and corpses, as its symbiosis turns it into a walking stomach. Should it need to feed the traditional way, it uses its two jaws for maximum efficiency. The outer jaw clamps down and holds the prey in place, while the inner, smaller jaw starts biting out chunks and forcing them into the monster's throat, where the effluvium can get to work. In combat, the Valhazak can command the effluvium with frightening accuracy, spewing large quantities of it from its mouth as beams and bombs, or using its mere presence to augment all of its physical attacks. Even beyond the bacteria, the beast has razor-sharp claws, and the two aforementioned jaws which will open up nasty wounds, further facilitating an effluvial infection. In its most extreme move, the Valhazak can command the effluvium inside other organisms to flock to it, taking any nutrients they extracted with them, instantly killing the infected organism and strengthening the Elder Dragon. Crucially, however, the Valhazak cannot generate the effluvium. It is an autonomous bacteria and must reproduce the same way most bacteria do. This means that extended combat or feeding can cause the Valhazak to exhaust its effluvium reserves and force it back into the depths to coat itself in a new colony. The Rotten Vale stands as the starkest reminder that for all of the beauty inherent to life, death is no less a natural part of the world. In fact, Most, if not all, life on the New World could only exist thanks to the cycle of life and death that converges at this decaying canyon. While it may look and smell putrid, the rotten Vale is the source of all life on the explored peninsula of the continent, and its ferocious tenacity and fierce inhabitants command respect for that alone.
The New World is, maybe more than any other place on Earth, defined by bioenergy. This mysterious resource that dwells within all living beings circulates through the continent and influences all that it touches. As they are born and live, creatures accumulate bioenergy and nurture it all around the New World. Once death is imminent, they undertake a pilgrimage to the Rotten Vale, where they die and deliver their collected bioenergy onto the earth once more. The effluvium reclaims the physical nutrients and sends them up to the coral highlands, while the ephemeral bioenergy seeps into the Everstream, the subterranean blood vessels of the continent, which send the energy across their network in order to create and maintain life all across the New World. This process is, naturally, many times more explosive and violent when an elder dragon dies, as they carry magnitudes more bioenergy than the average creature. Their demise flushes every ecosystem with new life. But sometimes, that is not all that happens. Recent research done by the Guild revealed that the bioenergy of the Elder Dragons is somewhat different than that of other animals, essentially being comprised of two components: bioenergy, identical to the one found in everything else, and a secondary type of energy that is much more concentrated and dense. It has tentatively been named pure energy. While regular bioenergy permeates the land through the Everstream, pure energy generally doesn't travel that far. Either due to its density or another factor altogether, this special type of bioenergy tends to instead accumulate in specific areas, in a sense being washed ashore by the Everstream. Only one such area has thus far been mapped: the Elder's Recess. North of the Great Ravines stretches a massive mountain range of black minerals like basalt. It is estimated that the entire northern region of the continent is covered by this rocky, inhospitable biome, and so, Guild efforts to map it were fairly unenthusiastic at first. However, among the endless stark rock, one area stands out, as enormous luminescent crystal structures jut out from the mountains. This is the Elder's Recess, a congregation of pure Elder Dragon energy. That energy is washed into the rocks through the Everstream and, in a process not yet fully understood, causes the rapid growth of enormous crystalline structures, which can very well be considered bioenergy made manifest. Every single crystal was, in a very real way, once an Elder Dragon, and all that remains is this shiny, smooth legacy. Over time, these crystals grow much like trees and spread across the land, breaking and reshaping the rock around it. The Recess is, thanks to these crystals, a hotbed for bioenergy and has thus become a battleground for some of the New World's most fierce warriors. Be it deep inside the lava caverns or high above the mountaintops, the Recess is always the site for some of the harshest competition on the continent, be it territorial, temporary traversal, or even resource motivated. At the center sits the locale's most imposing monument, an enormous megacrystal, many times larger than any others. While it is assumed it formed when the ancestral Dalamadur, who now rests in the Vale, met its end and released its unimaginable amounts of bioenergy, its exact origins are still contested.
But what is undeniable is that this central pillar unites the atmosphere of the recess into a cold, brutal reverence, a rocky arena where only the mightiest may shine in the splendor of the giants that came before. In fact, one awestruck researcher is even quoted as saying, "It is no exaggeration to call the Elder's Recess a giant natural shrine." A key element that differentiates the recess from other explored areas is that it houses only very few endemic species. While some monsters have only been spotted here, with many of them it is assumed that their actual habitat lies somewhere else, perhaps deeper in the mountains. The specifics, however, will remain speculation for now, as the central authority of the Hunters Guild, the city of Nandorma, has not authorized the exploration of any land north of the recess. This decision was based on the observation that the further north one penetrates into the New World, the more dangerous the environments become, far too dangerous for the satellite group of the Research Commission and their limited resources. The Elder's Recess is already so treacherous that only hunters of the illustrious high rank qualification, or above, are allowed to venture there. Thus, the periodic congregation of powerful monsters is the only real glimpse we can get of what the northern continent might be like. That does not, however, mean that we are unable to observe at least some northern creatures in their natural habitat. While there are only a few native species in the area, at least one of them is both easy and pleasant to observe. All across the recess, the corpulent Dodogama trots around, unbothered by the magma and the fiery explosions. This chubby fanged wyvern patrols every nook and cranny of the lower areas in search of an unusual food source, the very crystals that define this landscape. Calling what the Dodogama does to these crystals eating is, however, a tad misleading. The beast does indeed ingest the crystals and use them as fuel, but instead of classic digestion, the Dodogama absorbs the bioenergy right out of the crystals that sit in its gut, spitting out the remains as darkened dead rock. This chemical extraction is so efficient that the creature doesn't actually have to ingest pure crystalline material. It can also just gobble up the dark basalt rock that makes up the floors and walls of the recess, and absorb the traces of bioenergy that merged with them through their proximity to the actual crystals. In order to carve out rock and crystal alike, the Dodogama developed an intensely specialized jaw. This massive apparatus is adorned with vertical rows of hard-shell spines, which can cut through solid stone effortlessly. It also can not only open up vertically, like most large-scale jaws, but it can also expand horizontally in order to allow more chewed rock to be dug up and stored in the jaw. This complex and heavy adaptation makes up over 30% of the Dodogama's body mass, and thus much of its neck and upper body musculature is made specifically to support it. The only downside of this rock-munching strategy is temperature. The process of extracting highly concentrated energy out of uncatalyzed rock is highly intensive and highly exothermic, meaning that it releases massive amounts of heat. The Dodogama's average body temperature is already higher than with most organisms in order to catalyze and speed up these chemical reactions, so having it heat up even more would almost certainly be deadly. The wyvern thus developed a simple but effective solution: its tummy. By expanding specialized skin sacs around its abdomen, the Dodogama hangs out its belly and thus increases the surface area of its body that is in contact with the cool rocky floor of the recess. This allows for its excess body heat to easily be funneled and dissipated into the ground below the beast, enabling safe yet speedy absorption of its ingested bioenergy. The Dodogama doesn't hunt, and its hard-shelled body is both difficult and pointless to pierce, since much of its mass is made up from indigestible material to most other monsters. Due to this, the Dodogama has little need for offensive capabilities, as it generally isn't considered worth the effort of harassment. In the rare hostile occasion, however, the fanged wyvern is more than capable of defending itself.
Despite its plumpy exterior, the Dodogama can dart around at impressive speeds, which it does with its jaw wide open, ready to deliver a devastating bite to anything in its way. But this is only a feint. The true danger isn't the bite at all, but rather the friction of the jaw scraping against the rocky floor. As it runs, the Dodogama grinds the rock into fine dust, which, when mixed with droplets of its saliva, turn into an almost invisible, explosive mist, capable of harming targets that thought they dodged a more obvious assault. And even if this detonative fog can be avoided, one still isn't safe. As it scrapes across the rock, the Dodogama ingests the stone it grinds and begins extracting bioenergy from it, raising its body heat to smoldering degrees. Not only does this replenish the Dodogama's strength continuously, it also arms it. The rocky remains of the chemical process in its belly are red hot and, when mixed with the beast's saliva, can also detonate. Thus, once it has a mouthful of stone, the Dodogama can launch fiery projectiles from its maw while continuously recharging energy. Its only weakness is that the rock stored in its mouth can also explode inside of its mouth if hit by an outside force hard enough. While the Dodogama is the only permanent resident of the recess, he's not the only one interested in a bioenergy stored in stone. Other monsters, which are otherwise capable of digesting rock, have been found to migrate to the recess regularly to feed on the high-energy rocks. One such monster is the Uragan, the brute wyvern closely related to the Rotten Vale's Radoban, and thus part of the Hammer Wyvern group. This gilded behemoth is a familiar face to the guild, as it has long since been studied and observed patrolling the volcanic regions of the Old World. Their presence in the New World has only been periodically confirmed in the Elder's Recess though. As a species that is well known for eating rocks as their main source of energy, the Uragan's appearance in the Recess is not exactly surprising. What is surprising, however, is just how well it manages to fit into the area, almost as if it had adapted specifically to this region, despite showing virtually no differences in the New World versus its Old World representatives. The Hammer Wyvern's signature rolling ability is heavily augmented in the Uragan, who traded speed and elegance for power and mass. Barreling around the basalt, the beast can not only deftly maneuver the cave networks and slopes of the recess, it can even carve out entirely new paths. One tunnel in the explored area in particular was almost definitely created by generations of Uragan, as they now tend to sleep and nest there during their stay in the recess. Just like the Radoban, the Uragan prefers to nest on top of a bed of tar. While it does not cover itself completely at birth like its cousin, the Uragan does regularly apply a coat of black tar on its underbelly for a very specific purpose. While the digestive system of the Uragan has no trouble extracting nutrients from rocks, it can always go faster. So, with the help of the tar, the Uragan sticks particularly large rocks onto itself and grinds them continuously as it rolls, heating them up and breaking them down continuously. After the right amount of time, the Uragan will then ingest the rocks stuck to its underside, which will be digested in a fraction of the time. This means that the lower skin of the beast essentially functions as a secondary, external precursor stomach, which can work in parallel with the internal main stomach, thus raising digestive efficiency tremendously. The rocks stuck to the Uragan's body also do not impact its rolling ability. On its back, the Uragan is adorned with rows of rocky protrusions, which grow and harden all throughout its life and can actually be used to determine an Uragan's age. These protrusions grant stability during rolling, almost working as a sort of guide rail for balance. The tough body armor of the Uragan makes it a fairly undesirable target, but should it ever feel threatened nonetheless, it does have a few tricks up its sleeves. The main one being its enormous chin, which puts the hammer in Hammer Wyvern. While its enormous weight makes it a slow weapon, a single connecting hit is more than enough to pulverize any poor soul on the receiving end. This deadly mallet is made more powerful by continuously fusing it with molten ore, a process that increases both size and mass. This is not only done for the purposes of aggression, but also for mating privileges, as bigger, more metallic chins are considered attractive. One can even observe the difference in color between the Uragan's natural skin and the molten ore that is not actually part of the main body. Should the chin not suffice, the Uragan is still not out of options. As a hammer wyvern, its digestion of rocks and minerals produces different kinds of gases as a byproduct, which need to be emitted through vents on the beast's underside regularly. These gases are not just harmless gusts, however. They have various adverse effects on any inhaler or bystander, and the Uragan instinctively knows this. It can time the gas expulsion and choose what kind of gas to emit, be it a fiery hot vapor or a soporific gas like the Radoban, using this natural process as a trump card. If even this fails, there's one more thing the Uragan can, reluctantly, do. The rocks that hang on its underside, being pre-digested mechanically, heat up substantially during that process, eventually even becoming explosive due to the buildup of heat. In a pinch, the Uragan can swing its tail to hurl those explosive rocks at its foes. A very effective move, but one the wyvern will not do until pressed, as it doesn't want to miss out on the snacks it collected. Despite being a mobile and very capable creature, the Uragan cannot venture across the entire recess. Like with most areas of the new continent, the Elder's Recess localized environment split the area into distinct zones, not all of which are easily traversed by each monster. The rocky corridors of the middle plane are perfect for a rolling Uragan, as they feature gentle slopes and wide open areas. And while it cannot go too deep, the lava caverns of the lowest plane are also somewhat accessible to it. The highest plane, however, the skybound crags, are reserved for highly nimble or flying beasts, as their steep cliffs and elevations squarely reject the Uragan. It is not the most limited monster in terms of habitat, though. In the deepest depths of the lava caverns dwells a Piscine wyvern so perfectly adapted to the magma that it, ironically, cannot thrive anywhere but the most hostile infernos. The Lavasioth is a familiar and unpleasant sight to any hunter who has ever explored the fiery mountains of the old world. Its dark, unnaturally hard shelling is the stuff of legends, even being able to deflect the sharpest of blades, and its mastery over magma is unparalleled. This mastery stems from the Lavasioth spending almost its entire life entirely immersed in lava, swimming through it as a fish would through a pond. It can manipulate the lava currents around it to sprout upwards and splash onto its enemies, or it can even spit out fireballs itself. Its golden skin is highly fire resistant and also hidden most of the time, as the Lavasioth continuously covers itself in magma, which hardens and becomes a suit of impenetrable black armor. This defense is only weakened while and shortly after swimming in lava, as the armor melts and softens. This is where the guild advises hunters to strike. Due to these abilities and its extremely aggressive behavior, not much is actually known about the Lavasioth. One key discovery, however, has recently been made, thanks to its New World cousin, the Juratorus. While the Lavasioth was discovered many years before the Juratorus, the latter's skeleton was found to be extremely primitive, suggesting that the Juratorus is perhaps the oldest remaining Piscine wyvern. And because it is predominantly found in the New World, with only a tiny migratory population near the Kamura region being the exception, it has been proposed that Piscine wyverns as a whole might have actually emerged originally in the New World. The Lavasioth might originate from the recess, and the specimens found in the Old World might be the result of later migrations. Regardless of the ultimate veracity of this hypothesis, it is an interesting glimpse of how the habit of calling them the Old and New World respectively can create biases that nature does not conform to. The Lavasioth's aggression is, luckily for the area, completely entrapped within the lava lakes of the lower caverns, and thus its impact on the recess is fairly limited. This is not the case for the apex species of the area, of which there are surprisingly many. As a meeting point for the continent's strongest, the Elder's Recess regularly receives visits by some true conquerors of the ecosystem, beasts of unimaginable power. One such visitor is the brute fist wyvern, the Brachydios. This massive brute is, like Lavasioth, well known and well feared among the guild, but unlike the Lavasioth, its bipedal build allows it to terrorize a vast area of the recess, including both the caverns and the middle plains. The Brachydios stands apart from other brute wyverns due to its arms. Instead of the stubby limbs the classification is known for, this brute wyvern has strong, muscular forelimbs armed with large, sharp claws. But those claws aren't the fascinating part. On the back of the monster's hands grow hard, massive shell structures called pounders, which jut forward like battering rams. This same structure is also repeated on the beast's cranium. These pounders are extremely deadly, as their impact force is immense. And somehow, this isn't even close to being the Brachydios' most bizarre weapon. The Brachydios' most interesting feature has, curiously, nothing to do with the wyvern itself directly. All over its body, but most concentrated around its pounders and horn, it is covered in a fungus called slime mold. This mold is capable of immensely fast reproduction, but at a cost. The energy required for its millions of cell divisions creates heat and gas, which puts the mold into a state similar of that of glycerin, where it remains at risk of detonation through oxygenation or even just physical impact. Even worse, given time, these reactions add up, to the point where the accumulation of heat and gas becomes visible on the mold itself, with its color going from green to yellow to red. And while the mold does benefit from exploding, as it spreads the fungus spores into the air and allows long-distance proliferation, exploding continuously and randomly during any and all cell activity would be disadvantageous for any organism. This is where the Brachydios comes in, forming a symbiosis with the slime mold. The Brachydios evolved to have its shell be coated with a binding agent, an agent that allows the slime mold to peacefully exist on the shell without having to worry about spontaneous ignition. In an act of what romantics would call immense trust, the mold gave up control over the actual timing and severity of its explosive procreation to the Brachydios, who developed an hormonal gland dedicated to commandeering this fungus's fate. When activated, that gland releases a hormone into the Brachydios' saliva and shell coating, which primes and activates the mold's cellular activity. During the Brachydios' movements and actions, the active mold detaches from its body and explodes in small piles, ensuring proliferation without endangering the entire fungus colony. Thus, the mold completely circumvents its explosive unpredictability and ensures regular and safe long-distance procreation, as well as a self-protecting home base with little to fear in form of threats. And the Brachydios can use the slime and the residues of its explosions as a way to mark its territory, a warning to any would-be trespassers. But more than that, the Brachydios gains access to a tremendously potent weapon, the slime mold's explosions. An attacker might be fast, armored, heat-resistant, or cunning, but almost none possess the specific resistances to deal with a sticky, heated substance that explodes on their skin, not just shredding tissue and singeing fur, but sending deadly vibrations into the body, pairing very badly with sensitive, fleshy organs. What was the slime mold's biggest weakness becomes, through symbiosis, the Brachydios' strongest weapon. Now, every attack that would have been dangerous through the mass and force of the beast's pounders alone is turned into a meteor of death and fire, as the slime mold congregates on the beast's arms and turns its punches into flaming novas. Activated into a detonatve state by the beast's saliva through licking, it becomes a key element to the Brachydios' arsenal. The Brachydios has even developed a specialized tongue tip to properly coat its pounders during this process. Moreover, and maybe more deadly, the Brachydios can now strategically lay traps and control the terrain around it by allowing the mold to drop off in its active state after each attack. Simultaneously, the Brachydios can spread weak amounts of both spores and its activating hormone through the air around it, allowing for slime to appear seemingly out of nowhere and explode immediately. This turns the Brachydios into a deadly opponent, as its already fierce temperament and territorial aggression is combined with an ability so destructive that even apex predators regularly see themselves retreating. Many fights, the Brachydios can just win through the use of brute force alone, with the slime mold only adding auxiliary explosions. However, should the Brachydios find itself cornered and stressed, the resulting flood in hormones, all including the slime mold activator, causes the mold all over its body to grow and increase rapidly, preparing itself for stronger and bigger explosions. In this state, the slime mold is primed to explode much quicker and thus presents an even greater threat. However, the Brachydios is careful to regulate the use of this state and the explosions in general, as it is only resistant to them, not immune. It speaks to the immense harshness of the area that the Brachydios' fiery rage isn't really an anomaly in the Elder's Recess. This eternal battleground is shaken regularly by the fiercest of aggressors, and some develop specifically in order to compete in this most sacred of arenas. The seeding basilgeese is one such case, a variant of a basilgeese which has changed profoundly due to the increased stresses of the Elder's Recess. This variant may seem a tad more timid than its regular species, as it doesn't invade other locales, but appearances can be very deceiving. In actuality, the seething basilgeese is a cunning tactician, always calculating and planning how and when to strike. And when that time comes, its destructive potential is nigh on unrivaled. It retains all of its charges, stomps, and headbutts from the regular species, including of course the explosive liquid which hardens into scale-like bombs and drops from the monster when desired. However, the more intense battles fought in the Elder's Recess have, over time, caused this basilgeese to react more strongly to adrenaline and other stress hormones, to the point where the glands which produce its explosive liquid change their function after enough of those hormones are released. The longer the stress lasts, the purer the explosive liquid secreted by those glands becomes, until it turns from its usual brown to a bright neon pink, at which point its explosive potential reaches its zenith. Now, the bombs of the basilgeese are vicious and sticky, adhering themselves anywhere and expanding until detonation is imminent. Not all body parts begin producing these bombs at the same time though, but once they do, the basilgeese becomes a walking inferno, every movement triggering enormous explosions. While this will push back most attackers, the basilgeese cannot keep this up for long. Neither the heart-straining stress hormones nor the continuous explosions are particularly healthy after all. As a variant, seething basilgeese are fairly rare, since each regular basilgeese has to turn into one individually, virtually at random. Thus, while they are more than capable of thriving in the recess individually, they are too sporadic in appearance to really make an impact. Variants are in general less impactful to environments, as it is extraordinarily difficult for a large population of them to form. In terms of ecological impact and salience, the clear winners are the subspecies, which see their adaptations change on a genetic level, allowing them to multiply and establish successful, proper populations. And the recess has its own dominant subspecies, the ebony odogaron. While the regular species is completely confined to the rotten Vale, the ebony odogaron is a nomad, capable of thriving in any environment. The guild has, however, concluded that the genetic split and subsequent evolution into this subspecies happened here, in the Elder's Recess. Like with the Basilgeuse, it is assumed that a lost population of Odogaron responded to the immense competitive pressure of the recess, as suddenly finding itself surrounded by apex species and elder dragons alike must have been quite a shock. Somehow, the population did survive long enough to adapt, exchanging the fleshy red coat for a jet black exterior. The Ebony Odogaron is in many ways identical to the regular Odogaron, inheriting its unique claw structure, its modified neural network, and its specialized nose. Its differentiating adaptation is also what leads researchers to believe it originated in the recess. At some point, the Ebony Odogaron developed a dragon sac, an organ which produces dragon energy. This dark, charged mist is a mysterious kind of energy that is only found within the bodies of a select few monsters, and it can only be generated through organic means. While its origins are still mysterious, its purpose became clear almost immediately. Dragon energy can nullify elemental attacks, snuffing out fire and vaporizing ice with ease. It has sometimes been called the anti-element. But more crucially, it is the only substance capable of sealing away the abilities of elder dragons, reducing the power considerably through contact. The Ebony Odogaron thus likely developed its dragon sac as a response to the pronounced presence of elder dragons within the recess. Armed with this new weapon, the Ebony Odogaron enhances all of its physical abilities with draconic energy, letting it course through its body and increasing its general strength many-fold. This is, however, also where this subspecies reveals how recently it must have emerged. While it can roughly use the energy, its actual mastery over it is fairly limited, only being capable of having it crudely billow out of its skin and mouth. It has not yet evolved any specialized musculature to direct and launch its dragon energy. It has, however, found a workaround solution in the meantime. By chewing on chunks of meat for an extended period of time, it seeps them in dragon energy within its mouth, as it penetrates flesh very easily. Those chunks can then be spit at an opponent, allowing the dragon element to, in a roundabout way, to be launched as a projectile. While these adaptations and emergent species can be extremely successful, it is often the old, tried and true veterans of the ecosystem that truly thrive. A trick that has carried a species through eons of ecological pressure must be effective indeed. And one such trick is ceaseless violence, and its indisputed master is the Rajang. This nomadic monster inhabits only the remotest areas of the world and seems to prefer volcanic regions. It is considered the strongest fanged beast, a title made fact by the observation that it is the only known non-elder dragon that specifically hunts elder dragons. More specifically, Rajang hunt the Kirin, stalking them for miles upon miles. The reason for this is one of nature's most incredible events. Rajang are walking tanks, sentient masses of pure muscle capable of unspeakable acts of cruel violence. Few beings can hope to match the ferocity and strength of the fiercely territorial Rajang as it pounds and leaps across the battleground. But even that isn't even close to its true power. Juvenile Rajang are born with a thunder sac that can convert consumed calories into electricity. They have, at first, only limited control over it, and mostly just use it to stockpile electric charges in the fur on their back. This fur is made up of still living, elongated cells that store the electricity outside and away from the Rajang's internal organs, locked behind semi-permeable membranes. A young Rajang is mostly incapable of properly using its thunder abilities, and so this storage is a safety mechanism, a key aspect of the thunder trade-off hypothesis. This hypothesis was postulated after researchers observed that most non-elder dragon creatures that use the thunder element can only either store or control the thunder by themselves, but not both, and that one half of the process is often outsourced to an external trigger or symbiote. The hypothesis thus proposes that this phenomenon is caused by the thunder element's unique property. It is electricity based, and thus could cause catastrophic damage to the user's nerve system if it were to go out of control. So, most thunder-based monsters find a workaround to externalize either the production, storage, or control of the thunder element, thus reducing the risk of a fatal misfire. The Rajang's solution to this is quite unique indeed. A juvenile Rajang will only rarely attempt to use its thunder, instead focusing on growing bigger and stronger. Once it reaches a certain size, the Rajang sets out on a dangerous pilgrimage. A hunt for a Kirin. This coming-of-age ritual success depends entirely on if the Rajang can successfully subdue a Kirin and, in a truly barbaric act, rip out its horn and consume it. What exactly happens next is unknown, but presumably the mysterious minerals in the horn, which allowed the Kirin the most precise thunder control in the animal kingdom, fuse with the Rajang's body and permanently alter it, finally granting it full, safe control over its thunder element. Once unleashed, this true power is tremendous. Now, the Rajang can open the membranes in its fur and allow thunder to freely course through its body, turning its coat into an electrifying gold aura. In this state, it can shoot off beams, blasts, and bursts of electricity, as well as enhance all of its already incredible physical abilities. Should that still not suffice, it can feed the thunder directly into the muscles in its arms, causing them to balloon up and harden. This turns the Rajang's arms hard as steel, which makes them effective in both defense and offense. The only weakness of this thunder mode is that it can be forced off. Should the Rajang suffer damage to its tail, the pain can cause a spinal reflex that disables the thunder sac for a short time. And the Rajang of the New World must be ready to face their weaknesses, as the Elder's Recess is home to many creatures that can nonetheless challenge it. First and foremost, it is a gathering spot for elder dragons, an unheard phenomenon in the old world. Here, almost every elder dragon confirmed to exist on the new continent appears at least occasionally in the recess, eager to nourish themselves on the concentrated, crystalline bioenergy. But while these migrations are common, very few elder dragons actually nest and live in the recess. One of those few is the Kushala Daora, the Tempest of Winds and well-known scourge of the old world. These flying elder dragons are among the most well-researched members of the classification, and as such were quickly tracked down and observed in the New World. Their unmistakable metallic exoskeleton shines as brightly here as it does across the ocean. This skin is also instrumental in tracking the Kushala's territory, as it has to be shed throughout the creature's life. An area inhabited by a Kushala Daora will thus have these discarded, rusted suits of armor laying around. And the New World Kushala have certainly made the Elder's Recess their home, inhabiting its highest peaks and nesting among the clouds in the skybound crags. They strut about carelessly, eating the minerals and crystals in the rock and occasionally preying on the weaker monsters in the area. As an elder dragon, it has virtually nothing to fear. Its metallic hide is nigh on impenetrable, growing sturdier and thicker with each shed. In fact, this hide is the only actual threat to the Kushala's life. The Elder Dragon's body is, through an unknown process, always accumulating metal and minerals to coat the various body parts of the Kushala. In advanced age, however, this process has a high likelihood of misfiring, and often begins coating the beast's internal organs with metal, eventually causing its death as its vital organs shut down, heavy with steel. This is considered one of the few researched natural deaths of any elder dragon. Should anything be foolish enough to anger Kushala Daora nonetheless, it will unleash its signature ability, its utter and total control over wind. It is a dragon said to ride the storm, and that is not inaccurate. The Kushala Daora possesses a mysterious organ that allows it to create strong wind currents around its body, which can be used for a variety of purposes.
For one, they can be emitted through the skin and cover the monster in a rapidly circulating torrent of gales, which is strong enough to even deflect bullets. This also aids in mobility. The Kushala Daora is, due to its metal exoskeleton, actually too heavy to fly normally, so it can only take off by having its own winds create updrafts under its massive wings. Alternatively, the wind can also be emitted explosively from those wings, allowing them to create twisters and tornadoes. Or, more directly, the Kushala can spew out the wind, using its mouth as a pressurized wind cannon. Its teeth are arranged such that they optimize the aerodynamism of this air nozzle. This ability, like many Elder Dragon abilities, defies understanding, but a few key factors have been mapped. The wind-producing organ is extremely susceptible to infection and inflammation, meaning that the Kushala is not only easily poisoned, but that poison will also drastically reduce the amount of wind it can produce. Additionally, numerous reports have indicated that if the two frontmost horns of the Kushala Daora's heads are broken, it will no longer be able to control tornadoes and more complex wind structures, implying that they are vital to more precise wind control. They are theorized to work through electromagnetism. In most ecosystems, the local Elder Dragon stands at the top of the food chain and must not fear any harassment. While isolated species like the Rajang can go after specific Elder Dragons, there are virtually no beings that pose a general threat to the entire classification. Well, none, except one. One dweller of the New World is bold enough to challenge the Elder Dragons, strong enough to rip their flesh asunder, and persistent enough to hunt and haunt them. The Nergigante. This flying monster, an Elder Dragon itself, almost exclusively hunts and preys on other Elder Dragons, killing them not with some mysterious ability, but through pure physical strength and sheer unrelenting aggression. Be it its massive horns, its tails, or its claws, every inch of the Nergigante is a deadly weapon, ready to strike at any moment. It is by far one of the most aggressive creatures the guild has ever discovered, as it has almost never been observed outside of combat. The beast's most apparent feature, however, are the multiple spikes growing from its skin. These spikes, of which a Nergigante typically has around 1800, undergo a rapid and fascinating life cycle. They grow continuously and first emerge as soft, flexible white spines. In this state, they are fairly brittle and will easily break. As they remain in contact with air, however, they do not only grow but harden and stiffen, turning black in the process. In this state, they deflect most attacks and serve as the Nergigante's armor. They do, however, also get quite heavy and slow the beast down, and so the Nergigante has developed a trick to shed them all at once. Once a majority of its spikes have blackened, the Nergigante, almost definitely currently locked in combat, will jump high into the air and dive bomb its target. Usually, flying creatures avoid crashing as an attack strategy, as the hollow bones required for traditional flight are too fragile to survive collisions. But once covered in its spiked armor, the Nergigante can use this for one devastating crash, both shedding all of its spikes and regaining its speed, and dealing catastrophic damage to its opponent. The weight of the spikes might also be what motivates some of the beast's aggression, since it needs to shed off the extra weight. But one must ask, why? Why is the Nergigante so hell-bent on hunting other Elder Dragons specifically? The answer is the same as to why and how the Elder's Recess developed in the first place. Bioenergy. Nergigante exclusively feeds on bioenergy, and not just any. only the purest energy will do, and so it relentlessly hunts elder dragons in order to absorb the pure energy they contain. It then uses this energy to reproduce, but not in the way the guild expected. As a large eukaryote, the Nergigante should, by all means, reproduce sexually, having two individuals combine two half sets of their DNA into a zygote, which then develops into a juvenile. But this is not the case. Instead, Nergigante are genderless and turn the bioenergy they absorb into fully fledged zygotes already within their body, each of them already having a full set of DNA identical to their singular parent. Those zygotes are then implanted into the spikes of the Nergigante. When those fertilized spikes break off and fall into a suitably protected spot, they slowly grow into a juvenile Nergigante, an identical clone of its parent. This asexual reproduction allows for continuous population of Nergigante to terrorize the elder dragons of the New World. And it has been suggested that this species emerged specifically to balance the ecosystem and keep the elder dragons, who migrate towards the Rotten Vale and the Recess, in check. Life finds a way. Even in the Elder's Recess, a volcanic desert of unimaginable conflict, many species live and thrive in their own unique ways. Those ways may be violent, they may be ugly, but they too are just part of natural life. Here, among the magma and the basalt, life nonetheless journeys on, finds solutions, surpasses limits. Even the fiercest battleground is just another place of the immutable touch of Mother Nature.
After a long and arduous journey, 40 years after the guild had sent their first and best, the Research Commission finally eked out a stable and prosperous existence in the New World, functioning as a satellite branch of the Hunters Guild. Through diligent work, recon, and study, the 5 fleets of the Commission had discovered numerous biomes within the explorable southern peninsula of the new continent. This new home was precious and immensely fragile, if risked carelessly. It was this prudence that led to the establishment of a mandate that forbid hunters from venturing further north past the Elder's Recess. The underlying logic was that the continent had been observed to become harsher and less hospitable the further north the hunters penetrated, with stronger and deadlier monsters appearing the further north you went. To protect the newly stabilized Research Commission, the Elder's Recess was deemed the final frontier, with only high-rank hunters allowed to venture there in the first place and no one allowed to venture even further. This mandate, however, would not last long, as the New World is a place in constant flux. Massive migrations of Legiana were reported some time after the Elder Crossing investigation, and the patterns of their flight paths, as well as all known behavioral research, suggested that they were en route for another landmass. Crucially, the flight of the Legiana relies on specific air currents that do not occur over vast stretches of open ocean, and thus it was concluded that there must be another yet undiscovered continental shore fairly nearby, another vestige of the New World. Sure enough, as the guild sent out a tentative recon unit across the sea, they made landfall on an icy peninsula that lies west of the New World's first landing, separated by a body of water now called the Hinterland Sea, with the newly discovered continental branch being similarly christened as the Hinterlands. However, the excitement of this discovery was tempered by the realization that the conditions,
and the inhabitants of this new locale were even more dangerous than those found in the Elder's Recess. Due to this, only a single area has so far been mapped within the hinterlands: the Hoarfrost Reach. This icy tundra, as well as the entirety of the hinterlands, is forbidden ground to any guild hunter who is not of the exceptional master rank qualification. And for good reason, as it represents the harshest environment thus observed on the new continent. Its unyielding sub-zero temperatures and jagged icy nightmarescapes are anything but inviting. Within this plane of icy winter, everything moves slowly, deliberately, and with great effort. The frost halts movement at every point of vulnerability and can even freeze time itself for those unfortunate enough to remain within its cold grasp. And yet, beauty persists. Duffel penguins huddle together on the frozen coastlands, while the friendly popo scour the snow-laden forest for surviving grass to graze on. While the white dust dominates the landscape, various hot springs offer relief and warmth to all weary travelers, as well as a nigh-on permanent home to the pearl spring macaque. In the south, vegetation yet survives and forms small wintry forests that stretch out over the majority of the southern perimeter. Further north, the temperatures suppress most plants, and as such, the landscape becomes more and more frozen. It is here where the most ice-attuned monsters, such as the migratory Legiana, build their nests. Because of this temperature gradient, the guild opted to build their outpost, Celiana, in the south of the hinterlands, allowing for regular visits to the Reach. But even with this ease of access, much of the hinterlands remains unexplored. For example, vestiges of a complex cave network have been discovered in the area, but they likely represent only a small portion of what truly lies beneath the ice. Similarly, the windswept mountaintops are equally as mysterious, with some being said to hold remains and traces of truly ancient fiends. Very little is known of the exact ecological factors that influence and control the Hoarfrost Reach, but if one thing has been observed above all, it's the locale's unyielding inhabitants and their tremendous will to live and to thrive. What should be a wasteland is instead a triumphant symbol of life's never-ending perseverance. While the guild will often speak of discovery and the first landing, it is crucial to understand that hunters are not the first civilized beings to set foot on this new continent. Just how the old world is filled with the traces of cultures long gone, so too is the new world a landscape of memories. The difference, though, is that these memories are not carved in stone, not monuments etched into the horizon, but rather subtle symbols, wooden structures, campfires, and masks. The true originators of the new world are the Gajalaka. They may seem a tad feral at first glance, but they are unmistakably a culture. They paint, they dance, they practice social, political, and even religious interaction within their tribal communities, and they are everywhere. Including the Hoarfrost Reach, where a unique sister tribe called the Boa Boa were encountered fairly quickly upon arrival. While many tribes are understandably distrustful of the guild and will either scornfully ignore or outright attack its representatives in anger, the Boa Boa are more calculative, deliberate, and careful, traits undoubtedly vital to surviving the harsh Reach. On numerous occasions, hunters out on the job noted that they were being followed and observed by one or multiple Boa Boa. After particularly impressive hunts, the Boa Boa would even approach the hunter and, with the help of a guild feline translating, invite them to the tribal headquarters. Nestled among the hot springs sits the Boa Boa camp, which has taught us much about how the natives of the New World live and thrive upon it. To thrive in nature, you must respect it and prove yourself to it, so says the Boa Boa chieftain. And indeed, their culture is built around various rituals surrounding your reverence and your worthiness to the land. The Boa Boa as a whole revere, respect, and worship the Popo, whom they hunt ritually, but also whose skin they use for their garments, trying to seem similar to them in an act of respect. One ritual in particular was of interest to the guild, as it led to the discovery and cataloging of the hinterland's first endemic monster. If a juvenile Boa Boa wishes to become an adult within the tribe, it must gather its friends and hunt the fierce predator of the snowy depths, the Beotodus, a Piscine wyvern. The deep snow of the southern reach is this beast's territory, where it moves in the most bizarre way. Like other Piscine wyverns, its main method of locomotion is swimming, but not through water, not through lava, but through snow and frost. Thanks to its sleek body and the massive, sharp horn on its head, the Beotodus can use its fins to propel and to quite literally cut through the frozen ground at significant speeds, making it one of the fastest creatures thus found in the Hoarfrost Reach. This speed serves its highly effective predation, as few victims can effectively defend themselves against the fast menace approaching them from the very ground beneath their feet. The horn does not just serve movement, but also combat, as it can easily impale any prey or adversary. Its sloping curve can also be used as a shovel, allowing the Beotodus to launch snow at its target. While the purpose behind this behavior is still subject of debate, one hypothesis is that it is an attempt to blind the target and to lower their body temperature, frost-related deterioration of bodily functions. It has other uses for snow though, and luckily for the researchers, more obvious ones. Many Piscine wyverns employ environmental armor layering, a process by which a material from their immediate surroundings is attached to the skin to serve as protection. Mud and magma are well-known examples of this, and the Beotodus adds snow to that list, covering itself periodically to cushion any lucky blows. As the low temperatures make vegetation, and thus herbivores, fairly scarce even in the more temperate south of the region, all predators must be exceptionally successful and aggressive to survive. The Beotodus fits the bill perfectly, as it will relentlessly attack and at least attempt to eat anything it finds trespassing through its hunting grounds. Fast, evasive, and deadly, this creature is truly fearsome and is thus revered by the Boa Boa as an ideal of strength among the frost. This is why the adolescence ritual of the tribe demands the successful hunt of a Beotodus, preferably an older, stronger individual. This ritual isn't reserved for felines though. The Boa Boa have allowed and even welcomed hunters to participate, a great step in crafting good relations with the natives. Curiously, the celebratory hall in which these rituals are begun and concluded is adorned by a massive Beotodus skull that is many times larger than that of any existing Beotodus. Whether this implies an ancient ancestor, a gigantic subspecies, or maybe just the remains of one particularly large individual is so far unknown. While the Boa Boa are happy to hunt Popo and to test themselves against the Beotodus, they are also realistic about their modest size. While taking down the smaller inhabitants of the southern reach is doable with enough help and vigor, the entire tribe together would stand no chance against the true behemoths of the area. Their thundering footsteps reverberate even across the snowy fields, as their massive crowns are visible from far away. The Banbaro. These enormous brute wyvern patrol the entire Hoarfrost Reach, but are predominantly observed in the south. While their size and enormous horns make them look fierce, the Banbaro is actually a fairly relaxed herbivore, grazing on any plant matter it can find and ignoring most minor annoyances. It is primarily concerned with moving and maintaining its massive size. Both its tail and its horns serve as counterweights that allow the beast to delicately balance itself and move much more gracefully than its mass would suggest. A far bigger problem is to keep a body this size fed. The Hoarfrost Reach is already sparse in resources, and so a monster as large as the Banbaro must adapt.
As much as it looks like it thrives in the cold and in the cold only, with its heavy woolly coat, the Bambaro is actually nomadic and will routinely leave the reach to scour food elsewhere. But even if enough plant matter is found and ingested, the Bambaro runs into yet another hurdle. While it itself is herbivorous, its ancestry were carnivores, and thus the Bambaro's stomach is not yet completely adapted to consuming plant matter efficiently, making digestion long and difficult. But this problem too, the Bambaro has solved. After collecting and ingesting enough plants, the Bambaro will return to the Hoarfrost Reach and drink from the hot springs. The water in these natural hot oases are rich in microorganisms that gather in the heat, and it is these microorganisms the Bambaro takes into itself to cultivate a bacterial colony within its gut that allows for more efficient breakdown of plant cells, not unlike the bacterial zoo found in a human intestine that allows us to eat vegetables. These ecological pressures do, however, also temper the Bambaro's seemingly relaxed demeanor. While they are decidedly less aggressive than other brute wyvern, they are far from entirely docile. As distant cousins of the Kestodon, they share their conditional fury, wherein they will retaliate relentlessly if provoked enough. Those horns are not just for show, after all. A direct collision with them can pulverize any opponent. Due to their size, the horns can also be scraped across the ground and collect an avalanche of debris, rock, trees, etc., which can be then crashed into the target. When enraged, the Bambaro even inflates a tertiary horn on its snout, which serves as both intimidation and stabilization for the debris its main horns catch. Curiously, it has been suggested that this growth might serve as a replacement for the brute wyvern's characteristically stubby arms, as it can serve as a shovel and even hold things by wedging them between itself and the beast's head. But it isn't just entirely new species that were found in the hinterlands. As they are part of the new continent, which sees many regular migrations, it was only a matter of time until familiar faces with a new look were found. When a species suddenly finds itself in a new environment, due to migration, ecological changes, catastrophes, etc., it faces a slew of new challenges that force it to either adapt or die. Rather, in short, natural selection kicks in. If a species manages to, over time, exhibit the right genetic traits and build a stable population in a new environment, it can become a new branch of that species. In other words, a subspecies. The drastically different conditions in the Hoarfrost Reach compared to the rest of the New World made the discovery of some type of subspecies a fairly reasonable expectation. The guild would, however, have to search quite thoroughly before they finally found it. A subspecies of the ancient forest Tobikadachi, named the Viper Tobikadachi. This orange-fanged wyvern was difficult to discover due to its highly unusual lifestyle. The forest species prowls the greenery openly, gliding between trees and pouncing at prey in broad daylight. The Viper Kadachi, however, is much more elusive, as it is rarely seen among the snow. Instead, it almost entirely lives within the subterranean cave network that penetrates much of the Reach. This confused guild researchers for a long time. Why would a Tobikadachi, whose body plan was suited to wide-range mobility, choose to only inhabit narrow and dark caves? The answer came in a second observation. The Viper Kadachi doesn't just inhabit any cave, instead specifically choosing caverns that sit around or on top of thermal vents, air ducts that blow hot air from inside the planet's crust upwards. These vents can significantly heat up the surrounding area, thus making these caves a lot warmer than the outside. Thus, it was discovered that the Viper Kadachi is actually not at all adapted to living in the cold, and is instead hyper-specialized in living in these heated cave structures. It lives in the Hoarfrost Reach, but it has no cold resistance, and yet it thrives. Against all odds, successful
natural selection. Nonetheless, this lack of cold resistance influences the Viper Kodachi's entire life. It cannot spend too much time on the surface, but it has to emerge in order to hunt. Thus, its body has evolved to maximize the speed and success of its hunts. Gone is the thunder sac of the forest species, replaced with 2 new organs: a poison sac in its abdomen and a paraplegia sac in its jaw. The poison sac douses the tail feathers in noxious toxins, which enter the target through mere skin contact. The tail itself also now has specialized muscles that allow for some feathers to be detached and launched, poison included. The paraplegia sac, meanwhile, imbues the Viper Kodachi's saliva with a paralytic agent, which will stun any bitten victim instantly. Both of these new abilities serve the same purpose: get the prey back into the warm cave as quickly as possible. By paralyzing them, the Viper Kodachi stops the victim from struggling, and thus wastes no time dragging them back into its lair, and the poison also saves on time that would otherwise be spent on killing the prey, as it now happens during the paralysis and while the Kodachi is currently dragging the prey downtown. Once underground, the Kodachi will find the warmest spot and eat, allowing the heat to speed up its digestion. This lifestyle has also altered its musculature. Due to the strain of having to heave prey back home, the wyvern's legs are much more powerful now, allowing the Viper Kodachi to jump high enough to initiate gliding without the need for trees, like the forest species does. Not all familiar faces had to change so drastically, however. The migration of the Legiana was the inciting incident that led to the discovery of the hinterlands, and so their presence in the Reach was an expected and yet exciting topic of research. While the Legiana is an ice-attuned flying wyvern, what could it be doing this far from its natural habitat, the Coral Highlands? Upon arrival, it was discovered that the northern part of the Reach essentially serves as a giant Legiana nursery. During their breeding season, enormous flocks of Legiana migrate here to mate and nest, spending a few months in these massive colonies before returning back to the Coral Highlands, where they live the rest of the year. What governs this rhythm and why the nesting grounds are so far from their usual habitat is not yet understood. But in the meantime, research has focused on another factor of these colonies. Among the swarms of nesting Legiana, a slightly different group of flying wyvern dwells, similar but not identical. The shrieking Legiana is, in terms of body shape and overall look, very similar to the regular individuals, being slightly larger and sporting an overall darker skin tone. This is, however, not a subspecies, but a variant. Born as a normal Legiana, but then changed within its lifetime due to non-genetic factors. What these factors are exactly is unknown, but the Shrieking Legiana's behavior gives researchers a clue. While the regular Legiana come and go in migratory rhythms, the Shrieking Legiana stay within these nesting colonies all year round, guarding and protecting the hatchlings as well as coordinating the entire colony. This observation has led to the theory that Shrieking Legiana function as wardens and guardians to the Legiana nesting grounds, wherein by some unknown factor, a few young Legiana develop differently from the regular ones, maybe through hormonal changes, and take up the role of the Shrieker. Due to this role, the Shrieking Legiana exhibits the authority of an alpha, able to call and direct the regular Legiana through its signature screams. As a guardian, these variants also have to be more powerful and better adapted to the Hoarfrost Reach than the regular individuals, since the Shriekers stay in the cold their entire life and must fight off any intruder no matter how powerful. In service of this, the Shrieking Legiana has further developed the ice sac the base species is known for. While a normal Legiana can produce ice droplets which can be swiped into icy winds, the Shrieking Legiana has far superior control over this icy liquid. It can grow them into sharp icicles and even have the ground covered in them. This frozen liquid is also much colder and much more aggressive than before, making it easy to incapacitate opponents quickly. The Shrieking Legiana's increased mass also allows it to use more brutal attacks from the air to leave any trespasser running for their life. Some trespassers might be too strong for that still. The Hoarfrost Reach is a deadly environment, and a predator truly adapted to it is not unlike an unstoppable reaper. This also applies to branches of species not usually found in the cold. While the Viper Tobikadachi avoided the cold and thus never became a true force, that is not the case for the Fulgur Anjanath, a brute wyvern which faces the icy tundra head-on. While the regular Anjanath was already a fierce troublemaker, it pales in comparison to its blue and orange subspecies. With increased muscle mass, a thick feathery coat, and even more aggressive temperament, the Fulgur Anjanath is a far deadlier predator. Instead of the somewhat passive territorialism of the regular species, the Fulgur Anjanath will actively travel outside of its normal range and even into other locales to satiate its hunger. It will also attack pretty much anything that comes into view, and is therefore much more dangerous. The key way the Fulgur Anjanath differs from the Forest Anjanath, besides the coloration, is its use of element. While in the forest, the Anjanath relied on spewing fire, the Fulgur species opted to evolve thunder-based abilities. Instead of the usual fire sac, the Fulgur Anjanath possesses a modified thunder sac, specifically built to convert kinetic energy derived from physical motion into electric charges, very similar to the organs found in the Old World's Astalos. Thus, by moving around, running, leaping, stomping, the beast gradually builds up electricity within its body. This charge is directed into the Anjanath's back sails, where it is stored as it pulses up and down the membranes. This behavior has been cited as corroborative of the thunder trade-off hypothesis. In order to prevent the risk of the electric charge negatively interacting with the nerve system, it is stored in an external organ and only allowed into the main body during the exact moments it is necessary. These moments come once the charge reaches a certain power. The Anjanath can then infuse its signature mucus with high voltage charges, which can be used to electrocute prey both up close and from afar through spitting it. It employs a fairly sophisticated strategy with this as well, being able to selectively electrify spots on the ground with its mucus in order to entrap its prey. Should an attacker come too close, the Fulgur Anjanath can even bite into the ground itself and send an electric charge through it that causes a small electric explosion. Should all else fail, it can use up its entire charge to coat the majority of its body in a thunder aura for a few moments, usually using that time to crash headfirst into its enemy to cause a deadly, thunderous collision. Equipped with these abilities, the Fulgur Anjanath is not to be taken lightly, and it does not take its own position in the Hoarfrost Reach lightly either. While the Fulgur Anjanath is undoubtedly a fearsome predator, it cannot allow itself to be reckless, as an even greater threat prowls the Reach. Subspecies and variants, these new emerging forces, may be well adapted to the tundra, but more often than not, it is the ancient masters whose methods truly shine. And in the Hoarfrost Reach, one such master, a creature well known in the old world, dwells and reigns almost unchallenged. The Berioth. Having been observed by the guild for multiple generations, the Berioth is considered maybe the most well-adapted species when it comes to cold environments. Its white coat turns it nigh on invisible among the snow, and thanks to its naturally squinted but sharp eyes, it can see clearly even when the ice is reflecting the sun blindingly. But most striking are, without a doubt, the wyvern's massive tusks. These two orange teeth are extremely sharp and can slice through muscle and bone with almost no effort at all. They are deadly weapons that the Berioth employs ruthlessly, but they are made deadly by the Berioth's second defining feature, its speed. The Berioth is a flying wyvern, specifically of the foot wyvern group, like the Tigrex and Nagakuga. This group is defined by the odd trait of having mostly lost the ability to fly for extended periods of time, with both the Tigrex and the Nagakuga only flying fairly rarely. The Berioth, meanwhile, forms the exception, a foot wyvern which has not only entirely regained flight, but also mastered it beyond many other flying wyverns. It can leap into the air effortlessly and glide at ferocious speeds, or it can choose to hover and spit the freezing liquid from its frost sac from its airborne position. But even when grounded, the Berioth is faster than one might think. The slippery ice of its habitat makes movement uncertain and slow, but thanks to the numerous rows of spikes and claws on the arms and legs, the Berioth can easily maneuver on frozen ground and maintain its speed effortlessly, as the spikes dig into the ice and give the beast stability and grip. Losing too many of these spikes, however, does mean becoming a victim to the ice's slippery properties. Should a Berioth feel too threatened though, it can always choose to keep enemies away by spewing its frozen liquid either at them or at the snow, where the impact and temperature gradient can cause short-lived icy wind spirals. In the old world, Berioth populations were mostly kept in check by the presence of other apex predators and the abundant influence of the Hunters Guild. This generally led to them living lives that were believed to be well under their maximum life expectancy. Partially, this was intended. The guild was highly concerned of the possibility of aged, experienced Berioths becoming a problem, as they were already plenty dangerous as juveniles. In the New World, the influence of the guild is much lessened, and the Hoarfrost Reach only has few monsters that can pose a serious threat to a mature Berioth. Thus, the Berioth of the hinterlands can actually reach old age, at which point they are changed so drastically that the guild classifies them as variants, with their own unique name: Frostfang Berioth. The name is derived from the dark hue of its tusks, discolored by decades of contact with the freezing sub-zero breath. Frostfang Berioths are generally larger and have longer, shaggier fur, but beyond looks, they are much more proficient in their use of that sub-zero breath, by necessity. With advanced age, the Berioth's muscles and bones deteriorate, and it loses some of its signature speed. To make up for it, they become increasingly more sophisticated in their use of their sub-zero breath, until they truly master it. A Frostfang Berioth has total control of this icy mist, allowing it to lay traps that freeze prey to the ground. It even coats its white fur in a thin layer of frost regularly to increase durability and also make skin contact with the beast immediately detrimental. Thanks to these adaptations, the Frostfang Berioth can keep fighting right up until the sun sets on its life. The wintry desert of the Hoarfrost Reach encourages many such stories. It is a place where time feels frozen, and yet for monsters of all shapes and sizes, it is a place at the end of time, where the mundane and the mediocre are stripped away, and only the extreme remains. Many species may wander in here, but few truly survive, unless they fundamentally change. This next monster is not a resident, not a consistent population, but nonetheless an often observed inhabitant who thrives here at the end of all things. It isn't unusual to find a Rajang in the icy wastelands of our planet. They roam remote, desolate regions and often migrate multiple times throughout their lives. The Hoarfrost Reach is no exception. However, it is also here where the Rajang's true power has been witnessed in the New World. Generally, a Rajang's thunder mode can be forcefully turned off by damaging its tail enough, since that sends a reflex through the spine and closes the membranes that allow the thunder element to circulate. Some rare Rajang individuals, however, have been observed to have lost their tail entirely, only possessing a hairy stump. In these cases, the affected Rajang remains permanently in its thunder mode, making it significantly more dangerous and more aggressive than the normal individuals. This is classified as a variant, called a Furious Rajang. While it is assumed that the tail loss causes this change, there is actually some debate over it, as some recent researchers insist that actually a Furious Rajang develops through different unknown factors and rips off its own tail in a sort of ritual. Either way, Furious Rajang are tailless Rajang through which lightning courses continually. And the name, Furious, denotes its immense aggression, as it spends all of its time in combat. Due to its attunement to the thunder mode, it has gained much greater control over the element. It can send it through its fingers and into the ground, launch thunderballs with delayed explosions, or simply imbue its fists with it. And just like the regular Rajang, it can also force the electrical stimulation to inflate and overcharge its muscles, allowing for enormous strength. The Furious Rajang also exhibits significant control over its joints, cracking them at will to release tension and prepare them for impact before big attacks. It can even enter a further rage state in which the thunder aura envelops it further and enhances its strength even beyond. This is a risky move, however, as it takes active concentration to keep up, meaning that losing this mode is as easy as receiving head trauma. Due to its enormous aggression, the Furious Rajang is a lonesome traveler, only really interacting with the world around it when it is trying to kill it. But nonetheless, it has adapted, it has survived. And so it represents one of the most unstoppable forces, not just on the hinterlands, not just on the new continent, but in the known world. The frozen expanse of the hinterlands is a desolate place, where life must compete and continue against all odds. A kingdom of strife and frost. But every kingdom needs a queen. And just like all the other locales of the New World, the Hoarfrost Reach is also the territory of a resident elder dragon, whose steps scare away any but the fiercest beasts, whose breath mingles with the icy wind itself, and whose wings glide above the snow-white fields of misery. The Velkhana was long believed to be a myth, as its description sounds truly fantastical. An elegant dragon made of glass, whose breath is as cold as a dead star. And yet it exists, here in the Reach, where it reigns supreme. Its glassy body is covered in iridescent scales which allow the Velkhana to endure frightening cold effortlessly by ways of countercurrent heat exchange. Its hook-like claws allow for a strong grip on even the iciest of plains, and its massive wings allow for swift and elegant flight. Between its regular protective scales, however, sit a few uniquely colored blue scales, which feed into its signature ability: the Velkhana's total, complete control over ice. Within its body, it holds a frigoform sac, which can produce supercooled water. This water can either be funneled to the mouth for supercooled beams, or be directly expelled through the skin. In the latter case, the Velkhana will use its blue scales to manipulate the shape of the ice into a protective armor, which serves both for protection and for intimidation. The Velkhana is generally uninterested in fighting, as it rarely feels threatened. Should an attacker push their luck, however, they will be met with the true wrath of the iceborn wyvern. Its claws are too precious for movement, so the Velkhana does not use them for combat. Instead, it relies on its spear-like tail to brutally impale its enemies. Simultaneously, it begins spreading supercooled mist for various purposes: beams, ice spires, icicles that appear out of thin air. The Velkhana has many ways of killing its target, but more crucially, it is immensely strategic. Some moves it will only use conditionally if the target is at a right spot, and it will prepare the ground with ice pools in order to get the most out of its ability. Its control over ice goes so far that it can even make prosthetics for lost limbs should an attacker have success in cutting off, for example, the tail tip. The plains the Velkhana wanders will become battlefields, rooms of icy death that no one can escape from. Winds howl across the white desert, a signal of desolation and strife. If warmth and energy are both the precursors and the denoters of life, then the cold is the antithesis of it. It enters every pore, slashes at every inch of exposed skin, exploits every weakness. And yet, despite it all, the Hoarfrost Reach is home. It is home to a vast variety of creatures that cannot and will not give in to the elements. Life is unbothered by the challenges of the Reach, because to live is to be free, to define one's destiny, and to pursue an existence wherever one may find oneself. Even at the end of all time, at the end of all things. The New World is unique among the lands thus charted by the Guild. While many locales have exhibited unusual and even inexplicable phenomena across recorded Guild history, the New World's relationship with bioenergy has transformed it into the single most mystifying expanse within Hunter's territory. The relationships between the various biomes are tightly defined, and the ripple effects direct the life of millions of organisms. It is truly a place of marvelous beauty. But even within this uniqueness, the New World always worked around known rules of ecology. The Rotten Vale and the Coral Highlands are otherworldly landscapes, but their mechanisms are based on clear, well-understood biology. Despite its sometimes mystical appearance, it would take quite some time for the Research Commission to discover something truly beyond explanation. At the tail end of the Everworm investigation, the Commission sent out a recon unit to follow the tracks of an unusual Nergigante specimen that had played a key role in that incident. What should have been a routine expedition turned into a paradigm shift for the entire Commission, as the Nergigante in question flew far north, well past the Elder's Recess, to a remote island in the ocean, east of the New World's main landmass. This island and its bizarre ecosystem would come to be known as the Guiding Lands. Upon the first landing, the Guiding Lands do not look like anything special. A rocky island with some lush green forests. But before long, things begin seeming odd. The forest may suddenly, within the span of a few meters, transition into a hot desert, which itself may sit atop a heap of corpses not unlike the Rotten Vale. And soon, the realization dawns. The Guiding Lands house micro-versions of every possible ecosystem found in the New World. The Ancient Forest, the Wildspire Waste, the Coral Highlands, the Rotten Vale, the Elder's Recess, the Hoarfrost Reach. Pockets of land mimicking all of these locales spring up in the Guiding Lands repeatedly, sometimes with entirely localized weather and climate, making these islands into miniature crystallizations of the main continent. This is, by all known ecology, inexplicable. While varied locales are certainly possible under the right conditions, basic biology should not allow for flora and climate of such different scopes to exist right next to each other. To this day, the Guiding Lands puzzle the Guild. However, despite its fantastical nature, this ecological wonder holds hints, traces of its truth that clue us in. It doesn't take long to realize that some of the fundamental structures within the Guiding Lands look off. a giant skull, a back shell the size of a mountain range, various oddly skeletal-looking walls. The guild soon hypothesized that the entire Guiding Land island is not actually a naturally formed one, but instead the calcified and overgrown remains of one massive elder dragon. The gargantuan remains even reveal what species this might have been: an ancient, massive Zoramagdaros, a predecessor of the one the guild dealt with during the Elder Crossing. As walking volcanoes that live for eons, these behemoths are living suns fueled by and brimming with bioenergy. So, the theory goes, this old Zoramagdaros tried to do what the other one tried as well: die at the Rotten Vale. For reasons we will never know, this individual, however, overshot its target by a lot, resurfacing in the middle of the Eastern Ocean, far away from its destined grave. Exhausted from the journey, the Zora must have perished where it stood, out in the vast ocean, where its expelled bioenergy cannot go anywhere. However, the unique biology of the Zoramagdaros might have been the key here. These giants are actually only a fraction of the visible size. The original body is slender, but as they age, they accumulate inorganic and mineral material on their backs, eventually forming the massive shells they are best known for. In other words, when this Zoramagdaros died, ready to release its bioenergy, it already had an island on its back, an island that would now be bombarded with so much bioenergy that its climate and soil will be permanently transformed and distorted. Due to this immense density of energy in a tight space, the way life sprung up and alternated ended up being fairly extreme. This leaves still no explanation as to why the biomes that spring up strictly mimic those on the main continent though. Some researchers have suggested that because the Zoramagdaros passed under the entire continent on its journey, it might have swam across the entire Everstream and been exposed to samples of bioenergy from every possible locale, samples it now cultivates posthumously. Some have also theorized that the Molly, a rodent that is the only truly endemic species of the Guiding Lands, might be involved in this. But they are not talking. Either way, the Guiding Lands remain a place of wonder and danger. Just how the environment mimics every possible locale of the main continent, so too does the fauna, as every large creature found in a new world can also sporadically be found here. How exactly these populations came to live here is unknown, but it is assumed that the Guiding Lands are actually much, much larger and denser than the explored area. Thus, all creatures, from the Anjanath to the Zenogre, can periodically be spotted here. The real surprise, however, was the discovery that some old world monsters which do not have consistent populations on the new continent also appear in the Guiding Lands. More specifically, many rare species, subspecies, and variants that used to only be seen in the old world seem to have also developed or migrated to this island. Among them, however, there is indication that some monsters that don't have any representation on the New World whatsoever also arrived here, completely new species that were previously only known in the Old World, with one candidate already having been confirmed in the wild. The Yangaruga is at this point a very well-known monster to the guild, as it has terrorized hunters and civilians alike for generations. Known as the strongest bird wyvern, this aggressive avian now also prowls the Guiding Lands, as incorrigible as ever. With its large ears, it can detect any potential victim easily, and thanks to its slender body, it doesn't take long for it to run over and check. The Yangaruga is covered from head to toe in tough armor shelling, which protects it from blunt and slash type attacks, making it a cocky and assertive monster that will provoke and bully anything it sees. Once it finds a poor soul to harass, this bird has many ways to torment. Its hardened, spiky tail can inflict a noxious poison through its barbs, many times stronger than that used by related wyvern. From the front, the Yangaruga can produce infernally hot fireballs from its mouth that are powerful enough to incinerate smaller targets. If it feels especially brutal, it can even resort to simply bludgeon its target with its massive and heavy beak. But the true danger of the young Garuga lies in its intelligence. Despite superficially resembling the bird-brained young Kutku, the young Garuga is an extremely intelligent creature that can identify traps and ambushes, string together attacks in order to maximize its power, and even set up feints for its target. It is this quality that allows this bird wyvern to clash with the titans of the ecosystem and come out unscathed. The young Garuga's brutal and selfish nature even extends to non-combat aspects of its life. For example, they are known brood parasites, meaning that they will lay their eggs into the nests of other bird wyverns, where the massive juvenile young Garuga will exploit the parental instincts of the nest owner to steal all the food meant for its actual offspring, often killing its foster siblings and foster parents eventually. As savage as this may seem, the young Garuga of the Guiding Lands cannot allow itself any weakness or compassion, as it walks in the presence of true beasts. The unique ecosystem of this island has, one way or another, facilitated the creatures that live on it to become much more powerful than on the mainland. A consequence of this is the emergence and appearance of subspecies, especially those that represent an increase in power over their regular counterparts. Were one to venture into the bowels of the island, where rot and magma intermingle, one would very quickly find one of these subspecies. Encounters with brute tigrex are fairly rare, but they always end in disaster. These brown foot wyvern are a subspecies of tigrex particularly well adapted to living in rocky and volcanic regions, but just like the regular species, they are somewhat flexible in choosing what environment to terrorize. They were known to prowl remote locations in the old world, and here, in the Guiding Lands, they patrol the harshest parts of it, the volcanic and rotten regions. Brute tigrex are generally even more aggressive than regular tigrex due to their higher metabolism, which is necessary to maintain their increased muscle mass. These and all other changes are the result of the brute tigrex's preference for mountainous and volcanic regions. Regular tigrex are powerful because they can traverse almost any terrain, but they aren't truly specialized for any locale as a result. While the brute tigrex are also somewhat nomadic, their tendency to stick to volcanic mountain ranges allowed them to specialize in a way the regular species never could. Climbing mountains and competing with their powerful inhabitants pushed the brute tigrex to develop stronger and sturdier muscles, and the ash, soot, and rock dust that hangs out around volcanoes fused with the beast's hide to give it its signature coloration. Even the brute tigrex's most devastating and unique weapon developed due to this switch in habitat. For a tigrex, its roar is an immensely valuable asset, as it is used for intimidation and power display. When traversing volcanoes, however, even the powerful lungs of the tigrex cannot shout loud enough to not be drowned out by the roaring magma. Thus, the brute tigrex developed a mechanism to still come out on top and have its voice heard. Its upper abdominal muscles have adapted a new reflex, wherein they can explosively compress the beast's lungs and diaphragm in order to instantly release all the air within. By funneling this blast of wind into its enormous voice box, the brute tigrex turns its scream into a veritable sound cannon, which can easily be heard for dozens of kilometers, even in the vicinity of a volcano. Additionally, this turns the screams into actual weapons, as their explosive airwaves are now powerful enough to genuinely hurt anyone who is too close and allows them to pass through their body. The brute tigrex understands this, and uses its explosive roars in tandem with its already considerable battle prowess to further decimate its enemies. It can release them as explosive blasts, or even produce and maintain a focused sonic beam that obliterates anything it hits directly. But not all evolutive changes happen this directly, and even this dramatically. Sometimes it is small alterations, innocuous differences that can have the biggest impact through their knock-on effects. One example of this is actually easily observable within the Guiding Lands. While the biomes roughly imitate the normal formations of the main continent, the enormous concentration of bioenergy naturally creates anomalies which have consequences for the entire biosphere. Specifically, plants that are usually extremely rare due to their high energy requirement are fairly abundant here, including the dragonfell berry. This unassuming plant is actually supremely valuable, as it is the only flora that naturally produces dragon energy, which is a powerful compound essential in anti-Elder Dragon weaponry. While generally extremely rare, they grow frequently within the Guiding Lands, which leads to an interesting ecological phenomenon. The Guiding Lands also house fulgur bugs, insects best known for entering into symbiosis with Zinogre. These bugs have a unique trait where they produce electricity as a byproduct of their metabolism. They normally feed on any plants or berries they can find, having virtually no preference. And because they are so abundant in the Guiding Lands, dragonfell berries often end up in their diet, where they begin changing the bugs and their metabolism. Due to their presence of dragon energy in their diet, the bugs transform into dracophage bugs, a sort of secondary evolutionary stage wherein they begin producing not electricity, but dragon energy through their metabolism, kick-started by the dragonfell berries. This isn't unique to the Guiding Lands. The old world has seen dracophage bugs emerge in numerous areas where dragonfell berries were abundant. And because these bugs partner up with Zinogre, their change also quickly led to the emergence of a Zinogre subspecies, the Stygian Zinogre. Called the Hell Wolf, the Stygian Zinogre is actually not that different from a regular Zinogre in terms of biology. Despite their drastically different appearance, their bodies and mechanisms function the same. All the tissue and organs originally meant to control and store electricity are now simply converted into equivalent organs that harness the dragon energy received from the dracophage bugs. The color changes are also a result of dragon energy seeping into the beast and becoming part of its tissue, as it desaturates natural pigmentation while itself glowing red with the Zinogre's veins. The biggest difference between sub and regular species of Zinogre here is behavior. The Stygian Zinogre is much more desperate and aggressive, as it has to constantly fuel its dracophage bugs with rare berries, which they now prefer greatly. Due to those berries being abundant in the Guiding Lands, the New World Stygian Zinogre is actually more laid back than its Old World counterpart. Should it need to, however, it is just as fierce, directing the dracophage bugs with precision and power the regular Zinogre could never reach. This direction takes shape in complex formations that end up with massive lightning storms appearing all over the beast, making sure that any enemy will think twice about engaging. But subspecies aren't the only genetic variations possible for a monster. The guild recognizes a further type of evolutionary branch, the rare species. These are functionally identical to subspecies in that they are genetically different branches of a main family. The difference is revealed by its name. Rare species are exceptionally difficult to find, as they are defined by their tendency to only develop under the harshest of conditions. Researchers within the guild have even suggested that rare species are actually subspecies of subspecies, a branch of a branch. This theory is heavily contested, however. Whatever the case may be, rare species are a, well, rare sight, and a fearsome one too, as they are often many times more powerful than any monster in their wider family. The Guiding Lands' unique ecosystem was quickly theorized to be a perfect habitat for these elusive creatures, as it features both remote areas and an abundance of energy to feed on. And sure enough, two rare species were identified: Silver Rathalos and Gold Rathian, colloquially referred to as the Metal Wraths. Both of these rare species were already discovered in the Old World long ago, but they nonetheless remain elusive due to their rarity. A few key discoveries have been made, however, partially thanks to the efforts of the Research Commission with the New World species. Their metallic hide is many times more durable and thick than that of the regular species, and the added weight of that hide increases the muscle mass in the metal rafts in order to allow for swift movement and flight. This is functionally the same mechanism as the evolution the Azure Rathalos underwent. This hide has been theorized to be similar to that of the Kushala Daura, a coat of fused metallic minerals. Evidence for it is the surprisingly severe weakness to thunder the metal rafts, especially Silver Rathalos, exhibit, suggesting that their hide may be highly conductive. Besides that, however, this hide is sturdy and reliable, allowing a Goldrathian, for example, to attack head-on without worrying about its skull the way the regular species and its brittle head armor have to. Moreover, both the Silver Rathalos and the Goldrathian are overall more agile and more physically powerful than their regular species. Curiously, these two rare species exhibit a unique difference here in the Guiding Lands compared to those found in the Old World. The Guild has long since known that metal rafts hold more firepower than regular rafts, but generally, that's where their change in elemental power ended. The New World metal rafts, however, seem to have developed a vastly augmented fire sac, as they can allow burning liquid to circulate within their chest in order to both facilitate flight through thermic levitation and to generate infernal fire blasts that explode as blinding white novas. In this state, the metal rafts are at their most powerful, being able to incinerate anything they please within a moment's notice. The Guiding Lands often become the scene for such spectacle. Its remote location, abundant energy, and fierce competition promote and attract the most powerful versions of extant monsters. Subspecies and rare species, yes, but also variants, powerful individuals born as normal monsters, transformed within their individual lifetime. This meant that it was only a matter of time until the Old and New World's most infamous invasive species would make an appearance. While the regular Deviljho is a force to be reckoned with anywhere else, in the Guiding Lands it struggles to compete, as too many powerful foes congregate. This causes it to go hungry for extended periods of time. And that is exactly where the terror begins. Deviljho have an enormous metabolism, and the resulting hunger is what fuels their aggression. This hunger is called forth by the beast's enormous muscles, but also by the strain of keeping the Deviljho's trump card in check, its dragon sac. This organ can produce dragon energy, a powerful weapon for sure, and a dangerous one. Should a Deviljho become injured, hungry, or otherwise suffer for an extended period of time, this organ can get out of control and flood the wyvern's body with copious amounts of dragon energy. At that point, exhaustion vanishes and the Deviljho is transformed into a terrifying variant, the Savage Deviljho. If a regular Deviljho was already a nightmare to deal with, then a Savage Deviljho is a disaster walker. Due to the constant flow of dragon energy, its muscles are constantly swollen to their maximum size, its strength nigh on unrivaled. The black smoke and crimson arcs spew out from everywhere, allowing the beast to use its dragon breath much more liberally. This increased power allows the Savage Deviljho to consume endlessly in an attempt to recover. Unfortunately, once infected with this rage, nothing will satiate its hunger, as the dragon energy dissolves its cells faster than the Deviljho can regenerate them through normal nutrition. And yet it tries, even going as far as to cannibalize other Deviljho, which of course only increases the dragon flow within, creating a vicious cycle. Before long, the face of the Savage Deviljho becomes entirely cloaked in dark mist of destruction as it barrels towards more prey, more violence, more death. Fortunately for every other creature in the vicinity, this process is self-destructive. After an undeterminate amount of time, the Deviljho simply won't be able to offset the Dracanic surge any longer and finally succumb to its exhausted state, ending its reign of terror. The Guiding Lands hold many such fierce adversaries, monsters that develop into unstoppable forces. Some do so by necessity,
And some, like the Brachydios, appear in these lands for a different reason altogether, a purpose related to their slime. Generally, the slime that falls off a Brachydios explodes shortly after in order to spread its spores, as it is intended. However, rarely, this process does not occur, as the slime doesn't manage to hit the heat, mass, and buildup required in time, and the reaction simply subsides. In these cases, the slime in question seeps into the ground and becomes incubated within the crust of the earth. Due to the high pressure conditions under the surface, the slime becomes focused and compressed, making it more resilient, explosive, and powerful. After countless years of building and building under the surface, volcanic and tectonic activity force it back out into the open, where it unveils its newfound power and gains a new name: the Flashpoint Slime. This powerful, darker slime mold can technically emerge anywhere, but has a particular abundancy in places where there is both much volcanic activity and many battles fought by Brachydios in the past. Thus, certain locations, like the Old World's Ingle Isle, become regular hotspots for flashpoint activity. The Guiding Lands are one such site, as the bioenergy and fierce competition of the lands make it very easy for the flashpoint to emerge. And these temples of fire and brimstone are of utmost importance to the Brachydios' race. As sexual competition rises, some male Brachydios become, through an as of yet unknown mechanism, instinctually aware of the existence of the Flashpoint Slime. They then embark on a sort of pilgrimage to the aforementioned hotspots, including the Guiding Lands, for one purpose: to bind themselves to the Flashpoint. The vibrant coloration and the immense firepower of this variant slime mold signifies a clear display of sexual dominance and all but guarantees breeding privileges. But this binding is not easily earned. As if the journey to the far-off depths of the Guiding Lands wasn't enough, the Flashpoint Slime's added power is no small burden. While an adult Brachydios' shell can usually withstand the normal slime mold's continuous explosions, many of them succumb and die after having their armor ripped to shreds by the fury of the Flashpoint. Only the strongest and largest individuals can survive the Flashpoint Slime, and only they are granted the right to ascend into a new form, into a variant: the Raging Brachydios. It is a misconception that the Flashpoint Slime makes a bound Brachydios bigger or stronger. Rather, it is only the biggest and strongest Brachydios that survive the binding, hence the size and power of this variant. This is the peak of the Brachydios' race, an old, wise, and exceptionally powerful individual now bound to the most deadly and destructive slime mold in existence. The vibrant blue and purple shell of the regular Brachydios has been molded and shaped into the darker, indestructible ebon shell, capable of withstanding more heat and bombardment. And such bombardment is sure to come, as the Raging Brachydios fights with a newfound ferocity and strength that few can equal. Armed with new, more powerful explosions, this variant has been granted the most precise and deadly control over blast and destruction seen in nature. Part of that is a very special hormonal gland. While in regular Brachydios it controlled the priming and long-distance activating of the mold via hormones and pheromones, the binding with the Flashpoint has mutated it into what scholars now call an immortal reactor. This mysterious organ allows much more concentrated amounts of hormones and pheromones to be controlled more precisely over longer distances. This means that a Raging Brachydios has no trouble activating slime that is several meters away from it, as well as activating the slime in its own body much more effectively. The powerful Flashpoint also adds to this, as it is much more active than its normal counterpart, growing and priming itself in regular intervals, to the point where its own weight causes it to fall off the beast in chunks. A Raging Brachydios is, as the name suggests, incredibly aggressive and always prepared to measure itself against its rivals. Its newfound position at the top of the sexual hierarchy bestows upon it an urgency to defend its title. But should, against all odds, an opponent prove too tough even for this, the Raging Brachydios will initiate its final gambit. Upon being overwhelmed, the beast will seek out the deepest depths of the volcanic region of the Guiding Lands, not as a retreat from its adversary, but as an invitation to them. An invitation to a final showdown. Once there, the Brachydios will recklessly empty its immortal reactor into the surrounding air and begin pushing the Flashpoint slime to its absolute limit. Gone will be the hard-earned dark green coloration of its shell, replaced by the charred black of countless explosions, covered in a billowing mass of steam and smoke. In this final assault, the Brachydios throws everything it has at its enemy to the point where it endangers its own life. The force of continuous flashpoint detonations is more than capable of pulverizing even its marvelous ebon shell if the fight lasts for too long. The raging Brachydios shakes the earth with countless repeated fiery explosions, the thundering roar of a beast's wrathful struggle to endure. Flesh burns, stone melts, and the air distorts with the brimming heat of the raging Brachydios' immortal heart, which beckons for a fight that will, inevitably, end one of the lives involved. A brutal, final match to the death in the flaming embrace of Mother Earth. With all the exciting discoveries within the Guiding Lands, it's easy to forget what initially led the guild here. The anomalous Nergigante had vanished into the island, and it was only gradually that its mystery was uncovered. During the Everworm incident, the ecosphere of the New World fundamentally shifted, leading to new challenges and evolutionary pressures that would force all the creatures on the continent to adapt and accommodate. One species that was of particular interest here was the Nergigante. As it reproduces asexually, its genes do not get reshuffled, and as such, it has very limited potential for adaptation. Sexual reproduction and the resulting 50-50 split of parental genes are a massive part of how natural selection works, and asexual species tend to react somewhat bizarrely to this situation. While the Nergigante, as opposed to some other affected species, did not manage to emerge as a new subspecies, thus supporting a conclusion that its asexual reproduction hinders its evolution, it did show that individual Nergigante have a decent degree of adaptability. It began becoming more violent and more vicious in its pursuit of the other elder dragons. The oldest and the most experienced specimens managed to adapt and change so much that they turned into the only classified variant of the species, the Ruiner Nergigante. It was this variant that led the guild to the Guiding Lands, but it would be a long time before it was properly understood. Superficially not vastly different, Ruiner Nergigante sports a slightly darker coloration to its regular counterpart. Additionally, and most imposingly, it has incorporated a second type of spike into its body. These new spikes are crystalline and much harder than its regular spikes, but they also grow significantly slower. They are coated in a potent blood-thinning agent, which makes the blood that comes into contact with it thinner and more liquid, causing stronger blood flow in the wounds it creates, thus resulting in heavy bleeding and blood loss in any victims. But the most striking and most crucial difference is the beast's intelligence. Nergigante is by no means a dull monster, but its drive to consume and to combat are relatively simplistic. Ruiner Nergigante, however, is quite different. It exhibits a much more cunning, calculative, and planning temperament. When in combat, it starts out slow and steady, using minimal movements so as to not waste energy on an opponent that might not be worth it. But, as it begins sustaining damage, it will violently increase its ferocity, carefully dialing its strength up alongside its analysis of the encounter's difficulty. During the aforementioned siege on the Everworm, the Ruiner Nergigante that would lead us to the Guiding Lands was even seen playing dead in order to await the perfect opportunity to take down its prey. Through our research, our exploration and our growth, it is easy for us humans to fall into this idea that we understand the world and its rules. We become arrogant. We believe ourselves to be the pioneers of knowledge. But every once in a while, we discover something like the Guiding Lands, a reality check. For all our progress, we still encounter the inexplicable, the mysterious, the impossible.
we know frighteningly little. We are frighteningly small. But is that not the point? Our providence as humanity is not control or omniscience, but rather the opportunity to find unexpected beauty and value everywhere. Is it not a privilege to inhabit a world so wondrous, so awe-inspiring, that even after generations of study and work, we can still stumble onto sights that leave our mouths agape and our hearts ablaze?
Our planet is a never-ending wonder. 1,000,000 years would barely suffice to see all the sights nature has curated.
Disclaimer. The Hunters Guild has classified this following recording for authorized eyes only. It was produced as an educational video, but upon discovering that it divulged sensitive information, the authority of Dandormas chose to restrict access. The accounts presented here are confidential, and making any part of them public will be considered high treason. Viewer discretion is advised.
As an extensive overview of all the wonders the New World has to offer.
Many of the exploits of the Hunters Guild are well documented within the public sphere. Massive incidents like the Magala investigation or the Moga village rumblings have become legends within Guild territory. However, most of these seminal moments in history are classified as high-rank incidents, meaning that their severity is substantial but not the worst case. Conspicuously absent from public record are any sizable guild interventions of Master Rank level. The Master Rank is a class of hunters beyond reproach, warriors and experts of unimaginable skill, the best of the best, ready for the worst of the worst. And despite this, history records only include their activities as footnotes, singular quests or small-scale reports that do not seem to live up to what the Master Rank ought to be. That is, however, about to change. In this special episode, we would like to present an exemplary find: the diary of an unnamed guild member, a Master Rank hunter. This book contains a subjective record of multiple, hitherto unheard of Master Rank incidents, a record which we will narrate and illustrate. As a Master Rank hunter, this individual experienced tremendous and graphic hardship. Continue at your discretion. It was so bloody wet. That's what I remember most. As we rocked inside the tiny canoe, 4 hunters apiece, the water of the Everstream just kept splashing onto us. The hunter seated behind me, a scarred and rugged gunner, mumbled something about jamming the trigger. I don't know. Never been a fan of guns, never been a fan of the technicalities in general. My hammer does not jam, it only slams. We tried our best to not complain. We knew what was expected of us. Veteran high rankers, all of us. And we wanted to live up to it. Be quiet, be efficient, be deadly. No one had ever briefed us on a situation like this, but we understood and still understand. When all the paperwork is skipped, and when you are whisked away in the middle of the night, asked to pack your strongest gear and then packed into boats alongside the best hunters of your outpost, you know that this is something big. Most of us grew up here in the New World. That means that to many of us, the Elder Crossing investigation was just kind of a constant. News and breakthroughs happened, do not misunderstand, but overall, it felt like an eternal fact of life. Another day, another mystery about these darn Elder Dragons. That changed though, once the fifth and final fleet arrived. They quite literally lit a fire in the hearts of many, myself included, and before long, we were making more progress within weeks than we had in decades. Penetrating the Elder's recess, leading Zora Magdaros into the ocean, facing off against Nergigante. Even in the short time since, these moments have been etched into our guild's history. However, for the public, that's where it ends. Nergigante was slain, Zora is at peace, we are done. For some, that made sense. To many of us, it did not. After all this talk of bioenergy and the rhythm of the new world, it felt too easy. And now that we sit here at our outpost down in the Everstream, I think we were right. We haven't been briefed, we're still waiting for that, and maybe we won't be at all. But one thing is clear. Whatever caused the Elder Crossing awaits us in the dead of night, here, deep within this confluence of fates. It feels like a dream. Yesterday, we were different. The men who sleep now beside me, tired and satiated from the festivities, were not the same ones that rode into the Everstream alongside me less than 24 hours ago. I am not the same. As I sit here, clutching you, dear notebook, I am no longer the high ranker that frightfully entered the cave at the end of the underground tunnels. Our suspicions had been right. The Elder Crossing was not a done deal, its cause not yet eradicated. What we found was indeed... I'm getting ahead of myself. No, I should lay it out properly. Here, in the New World, everything revolves around bioenergy. Don't ask me what it is, I frankly don't know. It's some kind of energy produced by all living things, and it's mighty powerful. Upon death, animals allow their bioenergy to flow back into the soil where it allows the land to thrive, harmony and such. The New World, however, seems to react extremely strongly to those energies. The research boys believe it's due to how many extremely powerful monsters naturally appear here. We even found the skeletons of two enormous Dalamadur. If you ask me, those serpents are what made this land this way. They just flushed it in so much bioenergy when they died that the continent became abundant in high energy and high power organisms. The researchers only nod sheepishly when I suggest this. Either way, not the point. This torrent of bioenergy would eventually have consequences. While in theory, the input of energy coming from dying monsters and the output of fertilizing new life should be equal, when does nature ever work that way? Of course complications arise, and the earth becomes saturated with more bioenergy than necessary. And eventually, all that pooling energy, unused and stagnant, did what it does best. It created life, not on the surface, but deep within its bowels, in the continental crust. But this life was different. Laying in a cradle of pure, humming energy, it seemingly understood that this bioenergy was its nectar, its lifeline. So it did what all life does and called for more nourishment. And all over, dying elder dragons heard and obeyed, seeking to die on the continent in order to feed, or maybe overload and kill, this embryotic organism. The newest arrival, Zora Magdaros, was almost certainly on its way to fry that youngling before it could grow into a problem. Why else was Nergigante, the protector of balance, so intent on ensuring Zora's safety? But we meddled, as we always do. We thwarted Zora, we slayed Nergigante, and only after this did we discover the truth. Well, the guild discovered the truth, at least. We were only briefed after. After what? Well, without Zora, someone had to clean up that bioenergy spawn. And so, we were sent in. Deep inside the bowels of the continent, we found what I can only describe as an egg containing a sun of ice. The entire chamber was filled with these blue curtains of materialized bioenergy, and in the center, a blinding orb pulsating with the stuff. We didn't need anyone to tell us what we were looking at. The birth of a calamity. Together with the researchers, we endeavored to contain it as quickly as we could, but of course, we were too late. Not even an hour after we had located it, the egg began to shake violently, and before long, beams of light were erupting from its surface. We just about managed to get the researchers and scientists out of the way before the egg broke and out came something. Calling it a dragon or a wyvern would have been overly generous. It was roughly dragon-shaped, what with its wings, tail, and 4 legs, and yet it just wasn't. It was unlike any life form I had ever seen. The silhouette of something familiar was there, but that was it. Its translucent skin revealed a pulsing blue miasma of pure bioenergy inside its body. Its head was littered with numerous lucent fake eyes, and its body was ripe with filaments and other extraneous tissue. Not to mention how huge it was. Comparable to a small acantor, I guess. Either way, none of us really knew what it was besides a problem, especially once it began lunging at us, screeching and wailing in ways I will never forget. But we were and are hunters. We did our duty. I could not tell you how long we battled this fiend. We were engulfed in confusion, fear, and tension. Every time we thought we had the upper hand, it did something new. When we believed it exhausted, collapsed on the ground, energy would explode from its chest and the blue storm inside it would turn a blinding white, the beast's organs brimming with a fiery red as its energy went into overdrive. When we kept our distance to regroup, massive beams of pure light burst from its maw and hit us when we were careless. Just as the researchers observed it to be likely too big and too clumsy to actually fly. Well, it took off almost instantly. However, despite these setbacks, me and my brothers and sisters in arms began to notice it. Something was off. If you spend years hunting and fighting for the guild, you develop a couple of extra instincts. Where to find the best herbs, what weapons to use, what to order at the feline chef. But most of all, you learn to tell what a monster is truly capable of and how worried you should be. You simply don't stay alive for long if you can't do that. With how much power this creature had, it should have been able to wipe us out almost instantly. And yet here we were, minutes, maybe hours into our confrontation with it, struggling but still decidedly not vaporized. First, I thought the beast was toying with us, as powerful monsters are known to do. But then it stumbled. And again. And again. And it became clear to me, to us, that this was indeed a flailing newborn. A dragon made of starlight is such an imposing image that it is easy to forget that it is still just an animal. And while some animals are born with immediate self-sufficiency, some are born soft, confused, and unskilled. And we believed that such was the case here. We were alive because this thing was, frankly, just very bad at using its abilities. Moreover, it seemed erratic and clueless, no strategy, just pure, newborn survival instinct. Once we managed to communicate this discovery between the team, we began our counterattack. The young Dual Blades user swirled around the monster's toes and littered them in hundreds of tiny cuts. Nowhere near serious, but deep enough to make walking extremely annoying. The old gunner, meanwhile, bombarded it with paralysis ammo, not to paralyze it, but to have the many stinging pricks of the ammunition be a constant irritator to the beast. My hammer swung at the side of its head relentlessly, not powerful enough for a decisive blow, but adequate to cause a mild headache. The goal was to frustrate it, to provoke its childish temper, and to make it careless. Wielding this much energy must come with risks, and, so we argued, if we made the monster lose its temper gradually, we might just coax it into taking a risk it can't recover from. This was confirmed once we realized that its angry screams synchronized with the constant reddening of its organs, meaning that this agitation was wearing it down. And before long, the decisive moment came. Glowing like a raging sun, the monster roared and released an enormous explosion from its body, one that would have easily killed us had we all not been ready and hid behind the shield of the lance user. And beyond the smoke and brimstone, the beast lay on the ground, whining, exhausted, barely able to stand. We concentrated all of our efforts directly onto its head and chest one last time, and finally, it twitched violently and then moved no more. We had won. Everything after that point moved very fast. The body was taken in for study, we were brought back to Astera, and before we knew it, we were celebrating. I admit I barely took notice of the commander announcing our heroic victory to the public. The declaration of this creature's classification as an elder dragon and christening as Xenojiva only slightly caught my attention. No, we were all not there. We were different than we had been before this incident. Before, we were experienced hunters, experts of combat, of all things monstrous. I myself had wrangled Rajangs, dodged a charging Tigrex, and outsmarted a Kuropeko. We all had done things that had made us believe we understood nature. We were able to stand up to it. But not anymore. Yesterday's battle was not won through our strategy, but through luck. Had Xenojiva been born earlier, had it been born with a less excitable temper or with more innate control, we would have been turned to ash. I was used to fighting animals, but yesterday we fought a natural catastrophe. I'm getting tired. I should rest my pen and just finish this entry. This victory celebration was not noteworthy. There was very little of interest. No? Wait. One thing struck me. While most researchers were ecstatic at the news, one older Vivarian seemed to scowl in concern. I asked him what he thought. No idea why I did. But his answer rings in my head still. It's a worry in the back of my head, one that returns underlined by images of the brooding chamber's walls lined with blue filament, pieces of tissue strewn about. Tissue that looked exactly like the egg that we saw hatch. Those images flared up again as the researcher voiced his concern. Was that really the only egg? If books had feelings, I would ask you, dear notebook, to forgive me. Much has happened. The battle against Xenojiva seems like a distant memory. It has been almost 2 years now, after all. In that time, we at the Guild have lived through many new discoveries. We discovered the hinterlands following a massive Legiana migration. We founded Celiana, where I now sit in my room, writing into this very notebook. We defended our home against the Iceborn Queen, and then we vanquished the Everworm. We discovered an impossible island where every beast dwells. We have progressed far beyond what anyone would have thought possible. Me? I'm a Master Rank Hunter now. A formality, an honor mostly given as a necessity since the hinterlands are forbidden to anyone of lower distinction. But still, I am proud. Fighting alongside my brothers and sister has been and continues to be an honor. No matter how often a longsword almost grazes my cheek or a fellow hammer sends me flying, this is my life and I wouldn't want to have it any other way. But let's return to Xenojiva. While I had forgotten about it,
Reopening this notebook has brought the feelings rushing back. As a master hunter, I have faced things the man that wrote the previous entries could not have imagined. And yet, deep inside, I feel uneasy when I think of Xenojiva. And it has taken me quite some time to understand why. All living things fall into an order. There is a logic, an underlying rulebook that guides all life. Even the craziest creatures, such as the Elder Dragons, are mythical only because we designate them as such. They are animals, powerful animals, but animals. This is fundamental to my relationship to hunting. We of the guild engage with the world through these animals, strengthen ourselves through their hides, and revere them as we strike them down. There is respect, there is understanding. To look upon any living creature means to look at a brother, distant he may be. Kinship is the word I'm looking for, I think. This is a philosophy that has held true for every being I've encountered, except Xenojiva. I looked at the Dragon of Light and I saw no animal. I saw a monster. A being that made no sense on any level I could conceptualize. There was no kinship, no shared lineage within the cradle of nature. Only death and brimstone. I must banish my thoughts, however. Tomorrow, we descend into the bowels of the Guiding Lands. The Seeker has found something troubling, and I will be part of the initial recon unit. So, I must rest. Curse the day I picked up my hammer! Curse it all! I must hurry. We're doing shifts. We found it. Gods. No, it found us. The researcher was right. There was another egg. The Xenojiva we killed. It was not an only child. Another, an elder brother, must have hatched before we found the nest chamber and escaped into the Guiding Lands. While we were busy aggrandizing ourselves in the hinterlands, toiling with the Everworm, this Xenojiva was here, in a valley, molting and growing. And once we did find it, it was too late. We arrived yesterday, and, my dear notebook, my heart froze. The veils of shed skin that littered the area revealed to me what the researcher had only begun to theorize. This was what remained of the juvenile Xeno. What lay in the depths was an adult. We soon found it. It soon found us. While it was born a fleshy infant of blue light, it is now a red dragon, with a hide so tough my hammer bounced right off. We are besieging it around the clock in shifts, and yet very little progress has been made. It's my turn. They want me to go fight it again. Curses. Safi'jiiva. That is the name given to that thing we fought. The thing we survived. Yes, we slayed it. It was, perhaps, the greatest collective guild effort in its history. 4 days we fought, day and night, going in and out of the battlefield in shifts to allow for rest and recovery. I have never seen something like this. I pray I never see it again. Safi'jiiva. In the end, the differences between it and its juvenile form warranted a separate classification, similar to the Magala species. The red dragon was a master of bioenergy, not merely its vessel. When we heard it, Safi'jiiva simply sucked energy out from the very soil beneath it and regenerated its wounds instantly. If it tired of swiping at us with tooth and claw, it fired off beams and blasts of pure blue energy, not unlike Xenojiva, but much more focused. and much more dangerous. I will not gild the truth. We suffered casualties. While we know that this is a risk, I had forgotten what it felt like. But neither me nor anyone else was prepared to see how Safi'jiiva kills. As we battled it, it continuously charged itself from the surroundings, a habit that explains how barren its nesting grounds look. After a while, it would float up and compress all of its power into a single drop of bioenergy, not bigger than a human tooth. This, we now know, was Pandemonium, the sapphire of the Emperor. This hyper-concentrated bomb of energy vaporizes anything within range if it explodes. I saw a charge blade wielder just vanish. A human being undone into nothingness within the blink of an eye. Me and the others only survived by instinctively hiding behind thick boulders that dotted the area. While the sapphire is devastating, it seems to be less effective against inorganic material. Knowledge that was gained through the blood and the loss of our comrades, but invaluable either way. May they find peace. The siege seemed unwinnable. We knew we could die. We always know that. But fighting with your life on the line, and fighting an unnatural monster that can annihilate matter in an instant, are two very different things. We would almost certainly have lost hope, had it not been for one bright huntress. During the battle, Safi'jiiva changed locations regularly, and after a shift, the huntress remarked that the beast wasn't merely running around aimlessly. It was continuously descending into the earth, retreating further and further into the continental crust, downwards. Why? Why would it need to escape downwards specifically? This question fueled us as we began paying more attention, and within a few hours, we had our answer. Safi'jiiva always moved downwards after absorbing energy from the environment a few times. The worse we hurt it, the more it had to regenerate, the sooner it would choose to descend. This left us with an hypothesis. Because it used this valley as a home for so long, bioenergy was scarce and easily used up, and so to keep healing its injuries, Safi'jiiva had to descend further and further into depths yet untouched, still brimming with primal energy. Suddenly, vigor returned to us. We knew what we had to do. Ironically, our strategy was essentially identical to how we defeated its juvenile sibling. No more killing blows, no more dramatic combos. We began focusing on inflicting frequent but shallow wounds, saving our strength while forcing the beast to continuously heal itself, even if only a little. The researchers hypothesized that eventually, Safi'jiiva would descend to a depth at which no crevice or opening would allow the massive dragon to go deeper, where we would slay it. It was a gamble. If such a perfect slaying spot didn't exist, if the beast could just go down and down forever, we would face an impossible battle of attrition. But if it did get stuck, it would quickly run out of healing capabilities, and then we could kill it. But considering that I'm writing this, you've probably already surmised that that gamble paid off. After what felt like an eternity, we reached it. A massive cave with no way down. The beast understood, and we did as well. This was it. Among emerald green gases and rocky spikes, we would either slay it or vanish in the light of the sapphire. The former came to be. No one remembers who struck the final blow. There was no cheering, no elation. We sat in silence around the beast's corpse, ready to enter the fray again should it miraculously move. And as we sat there, each of us, I think, wrestled with the thoughts left behind. Everyone sought to make sense of what we had witnessed, a dragon capable of wielding the very energy of life against us. We had stared into the abyss, and our eyes were left aflame with the images of a sapphire blue death.
The guild holds many secrets. It has now been a few months since Safi Jiva was slain, and I still find myself wondering about what they were hiding. From the moment we hauled the monster's corpse into Celiana, there was tension among the guild members. A subdued yet hastened frenzy befell them as they snapped and barked at anyone who inquired about this incident. Secrecy is nothing new, but that odd nervousness certainly was. What's more, the very next day, Celiana held an award ceremony, vowing to honor exceptional hunters. Every one of those hunters just so happened to be those that had survived Safi Jiva, myself included. It was clear that the guild wished to pacify us preemptively. Something big was about to shake us all, and they wanted us to like them beforehand. Nevertheless, I now stand as a hunter of the Great Master rank. While not an official designation, Great Master is an additional honor that can be given to the most brilliant of Master Hunters, signified by the great golden G that now adorns my guild card. The rugged gunner joked that they should just make a rank above Master already, just call it G rank or something. I like him. Back on topic. I, and I assume many others, suspected that this ceremony was meant to get the people into good spirits, to prepare for potential bad news or information leaks. And sure enough, within the week, the cat was out of the bag. Suppressing information is harder the juicier the gossip, and this one was bound to spread like wildfire. By analyzing Safi Jiva's shell, the Commission's research team discovered that it had not actually finished molting, indicating that there is another, yet unseen step to the Jiva's life cycle. We had not fought an adult, merely an adolescent. Once this was out, the rumor mill turned and turned until everyone reached the same baseless conclusion. Safi Jiva would likely have evolved into a black dragon. As someone who was intimidated firsthand by our fight with the red dragon, even I found this theory bizarre. For starters, black dragons don't exist. They are not a recognized classification, and no evidence of their existence has ever been verified. They carry the typical traits of legend: wings that bring ruin, breath that suffocates the sky, eyes that skewer the soul, yada yada. Black Dragon is nothing more than a catch-all term for all unexplained events and dangers, because it is scary and because it is awe-inspiring. Or at least, that's what I thought, up until a few days ago. As the rumors were stirring, a troubling visit occurred. Hooded men, cloaked in black, wandered the streets and reprimanded any who spoke of the Black Dragons. They are the Pure, a fundamentalist branch within guild authority, and much of the reason why Dundorma engages in information suppression in the first place. They sought an audience with the Commission and, in the process, bolstered everyone's confidence in the existence of Black Dragons. Why hide something that doesn't exist? What didn't help either was a lone historian reciting discrepancies in the guild records to anyone who would listen one tipsy evening. For an organization that is notoriously meticulous about hoarding information, their historic record is full of bizarre non-descriptions. The fall of the Shrade Kingdom or the pillaging of the Sacred Lands, massive events that yet leave no trace, according to the guild. I don't know if I doubt the guild's intentions. But at the very least, the Black Dragons might not entirely be legend after all. Just as I thought. No. Not today. Not now. I can't. I have collected my thoughts. Attempt number 2.
They are real. The black dragons exist. Not only that, but I fought one. I killed one. Alright, no. Let's start at the beginning. Shortly after the members of the Pure cult arrived in Celiana, work became eerily quiet. Fewer quests were issued, and HQ seemed continuously tense and busy. Before long, many of us were just lounging around, unable to go on any assignments, as there really weren't any. Then, one night, a few of us were called into a briefing. Sitting in that room, I immediately recognized the assembly. It was all of the survivors of the Safi Jiva siege, the Grandmaster Hunters. And what we learned in there made it clear why we were chosen. Black dragons are real. They are not myth, they're not a fabric of our collective cultural paranoia. They are living, breathing animals. Except that they genuinely bring about disaster on an unfathomable scale. In the briefing, our commander recited a few historic events, previously believed to be unexplained, that were actually confirmed Black Dragon incidents. I was surprised to not find the fall of Shrade among them. A kingdom vanishing in a single night seems like a prime candidate. But as we were seemingly learning the whole truth, I guess Shrade still remains a mystery, even to the innermost circle of the guild. After this revelation, we were bombarded with excuses and rationalizations for keeping these secrets. Think of the panic, the chaos. It was wasted effort. We understood our role. The rugged gunner snorted sarcastically at some of the reasons, but that aside, no one dared raise any objections. Which led to the actual topic of the briefing. A black dragon had moved into the Guiding Lands. After driving out Safi Jiva, a new creature migrated into the secluded valley and now dwelt there. An ancient monster, the blazing black dragon, Alatreon. Surprisingly, we actually knew a lot about this beast already. Since the black dragons are treated as myths and playground horror stories, people love to talk about them when no one is listening. And to our shock, much of what we had heard in those myths was actually true. Alatreon is the master of the elements, capable of utilizing all of them. A power that drives the dragon mad, making it unstable and unpredictable. And that was the very real problem we were tasked to solve. If that Alatreon went on to an elemental rampage, the resulting destruction could easily wipe out the entire research commission and undo all progress done in the new world. Thus, we were given our quest. Fly to the secluded valley in the dark of night and slay the Alatreon. We took it pretty well, considering the circumstances. After Safi Jiva, the revelation that humanity's most iterated and mythologized fear was actually real did not shake us as much as it honestly should have. We just sat in silence, not the uncomfortable kind either. Personally, while I thought that this was wild, my bizarre calmness was a testimony to my ability and my experience, so I rationalized. I had witnessed the sapphire of the Emperor. Surely, I was ready for a black dragon. I could not have been more wrong. Do you know that feeling when a thought forces itself into your head? No matter what you do, or how inappropriate it is, it just enters your mind and stays? That's what happened to me that night, as I stood in the secluded valley and spotted the Alatreon. I suddenly remembered a story I had heard from a hunter from one of the Wyverian divisions. From Yukumo, or maybe it was Kamura? Anyway, I thought of how he told me about reverse scales.
Some ancient dragons were told to be born with one or more scales that grew upside down, pointing upwards sharply towards the heavens. Legend says in those lands that touching that scale would send the dragon into a frenzy that would last until it had washed itself in the blood of 1,000 humans. For a moment, I wondered why such a random thought would appear in this crucial moment. Then I realized the dragon I was looking at was covered in nothing but reverse scales. From head to toe, the Elatreon was covered in black, upside-down scales that pulsated at the edges in various colors. Atop its head sat an unnatural crown of 2 horns, and the amount of armored plating made it look as if it shouldn't be able to move. But it moved. It existed. And before I could finish my train of thought, it noticed us. And then the horrors began. Master of the Elements means very little on paper. Yes, we had heard that Elatreon can use all elements. The commander even philosophized that this black dragon might be the progenitor of all elemental species. But to be there, to witness it, was something entirely different. One moment, the air was freezing. The next, our clothes would catch fire through heat alone. The very act of existing near Elatreon was painful and labored for us, while the beast did all of this passively. Once we got close enough, it attacked in ways I couldn't even begin to describe. Icicles charged with dragon energy, curtains of lightning, waves of oil that ignited alongside a fiery breath. It was a cacophony of nature's most destructive forces, and at the center, the blazing black dragon, Elatreon. We had our hands full just weathering the assault, with little chance of counterattacks. We were not fighting a monster, not handling a quest. We were being bombarded with the fury of nature itself. But even then, we had hope. We had faced inexplicable terrors before, and we could do it again. And at this precise moment, maybe by coincidence, maybe not, Elatreon decided to enlighten us. To show us what fighting a black dragon truly means. Throughout our back and forth, the beast was constantly powering up, its scales humming with energy. The insect glaive-wielding huntress once again proved her foresight. She screamed at us that we should use our Farcaster and regroup, that we could not weather whatever was coming next. Before I could protest, she had grabbed me onto her caster and taken off. But as fast as that was, we were still in range when it happened. The guild now calls it the Eschaton Judgment, a violent hurricane of elemental wrath unleashed when the Elatreon reaches critical power levels. My words do not do it justice. It was as if the valley was suddenly swallowed by a raging sun. Me and the Huntress barely escaped, but I got to see. I watched the stragglers get caught in it. The rugged gunner scrambled with his Farcaster an instant too long and paid a heavy price. When we saw our comrades vanish in the light of Safijiva's sapphire, it was quick, a flash, and they were gone. I wish I could say the same with the Eschaton Judgment. I saw the gunner. I watched his skin freeze solid, only to see it burst into a boiling mess a second later. I watched lightning erupt from his mouth. I can never forget his eyeballs exploding from the heat. I must calm myself. He has found peace now, and that is all there is to it. After this, our morale was crushed. What was there for us? What hope lay beyond the Eschaton? For the first time in my life, I heard word of desertion.
It was a half-hearted suggestion, but nonetheless, it was dire. I was still reeling from what I saw, but somehow I spoke up. This time, it was my turn to bring us to victory. I had noticed that while many of the Elatreon's attacks seemed to occur almost without the beast's command, its horned crown always lit up when the elements danced. I hypothesized that if we injured the horns, the Elatreon might be weakened enough for us to actually fight back. The rest of the fight was a blur. Within my mind, all I saw were those horns. As my lips froze shut and my hair singed, the horns were all I could think of. My movements, my breathing, the very rhythm of my being concentrated solely on breaking that crown. And after what felt like an eternity, we heard it. A loud crack, so loud that it drowned out the roaring flames and slashing lightning. The horns had broken. Instantly, the Elatreon was swaying, dazed and in pain. Without me wanting it, a cry erupted from my lips. The other hunters joined in. Exhausted, broken, injured, it mattered not. We had glimpsed victory, and we threw ourselves at it. The Lancers erected shield walls to regroup behind, while any who still could stormed the Black Dragon relentlessly. For all its powers, regeneration was not one of them. Clearly weakened, it fought back clumsily, and, I tell myself, it may even have felt fear for the first time in its existence. An existence that was cut short by my hammer. As I brought it down upon its head one final time, I felt it, like I had many times before. The slight change in resistance, the tiniest amount of give. A fractured skull. A brutal victory. Sure enough, it did not get back up. What happened after all of this is a pure haze. We were honored greatly for our efforts, given stupid amounts of compensation, and elevated to the highest possible rank. We all retreated into our new domiciles, gifts from the guild, and that's where we are now. Where I am. It's been many weeks now, and I have not returned to hunting. I don't know if I ever will. I really must apologize for the dire tone my last entry ended on. It has now been 8 months since the Elatreon battle, and I have indeed returned to my craft. I now educate the next generation of hunters, and I must say, it has given me renewed purpose. Seeing a neophyte swing a hammer for the first time? Yeah, it's all worth it. It has made returning to hunting life so much easier. Following Elatreon, we entered into an era of peace. No major incidents, just growth and progress. There are even murmurs that we will soon spearhead a third settlement on the New World. These are exciting times, and little of that dread I felt remains. That is not to say I don't think of it. Of course I do. I don't believe I could ever forget. But by focusing on my day-to-day, I managed to cope and remain positive. Today, for example, is a big day. The guild has authorized the commission's first communal huntathon, an exercise where a large number of hunters is dropped into a locale with the goal of entirely exterminating a problematic monster population. In our case, we are mobilizing about 80% of the commission's force to a remote island that has become infested with fanged beasts. Blangonga, Kongalala, even a few Rajang. It'll be a great event, especially for the newbies. It might be a bit excessive to send so many hunters, but I suppose they want the first exercise of the New World to be one to remember. In fact, I am setting sail tomorrow, and I am bringing this notebook alongside me. We will remind ourselves what we are capable of, and I will write it all down right here, and hopefully, I will continue to live free of the horrors of this past year. We have been at sea for a full day now, and something seems off. The mood is merry, plenty of drink, plenty of song, the usual. And frankly, I wish I could join in, but something is bothering me. Our travel group is made up of 8 ships, all sailing next to each other, a sizable fleet for a mere exercise. It didn't strike me as too odd until we heard that we were also going to be joined by an old world fleet tomorrow. 8 ships was already overkill, but more? How many hunters were participating? When approached, our supervisor barked something about a joint operation at us, that the island we were headed to was in worse shape than we thought, or whatever. I don't buy it. Not anymore. On our own 8 ships, we house some of the most advanced hunters of our guild. All of us who fought Elatreon are here as well. No fanged beast infestation could justify such a massive mobilization. 1,000 Garangolm all at once, maybe, but they are endemic to the Elgato Kingdom, so I can't imagine we'll find any on that island. It just does not add up. I don't want to think that we're being tricked, but for now, I will remain alert and observant. How? How could we let them fool us? How could we be so stupid? There never was an island. There is no fang beast infestation. Okay. One thing after another. This is supposed to be a record, and a record it shall be. My suspicions remained, and were only fortified once we joined the Old World unit. Or rather, the Old World fleet, as an enormous number of ships met us on the open sea, more than I could count immediately from my limited viewpoint. I believe I heard a steward mention over 60? Curses, how dumb do they think we are? Even without an exact number, anyone could see that this was likely one of the largest mobilizations in the entire history of the guild. No one would believe the official story now, and in fact, no one does. The enthusiasm of our first day at sea gave way to nervous confusion. We all understood that we were not headed to a Rajang-filled island, but the things we did not understand gnawed at us. What operation would require such a massive force, and why would it be kept a secret even to the deployed hunters? My personal confusion grew even further before long. The ship that now sails next to us looks just ever so slightly different than the standard issue model. The wood is sturdier, the metal hinges shinier, and the masts better maintained. It looks like it was made to seem innocuous, but it cannot hide the traces authority leaves. Authority whose presence was confirmed when I walked out onto deck last night to get some air. As I stood there, gazing at the starry sky, I noticed that the shiny ship next to us also had people on deck. They didn't seem to notice me, fully immersed in their maps and discussions. And in the candlelight, I saw them. Chainmail covered by royal blue and red cloth, a high neckguard, a sturdy visored helmet. There is no hunter that wouldn't recognize this uniform. Dundorma Guards. They were the standing military force of the guild's capital city, Dundorma, and their presence all but confirmed that this was a crisis unlike anything we had ever witnessed. And it didn't end there. In their midst, I spotted him. A tall, dark-skinned man wearing the hunter's crest upon a white cape, hiding royal armor. I knew him instantly, and I knew him well, albeit from afar. This was the general, the highest military authority besides his immenseness himself. If he was here, this was very serious. We would not understand how serious it truly was until we steered too close to land earlier today. Maybe by mistake, maybe by callous indifference to our continued ignorance, we passed by a coastline that gave away our direction.
I had already formed my suspicions when a fellow hunter exclaimed, "That is the Speartip Crag, right?" He was right. Before us, a massive rocky spire stretched into the heavens, the Speartip Crag. This monument is a hallmark of guild legend, where a team of hunters are said to have slain a Dalamadur that was perched along its entire height. Seeing this wonder in person did not fill us with glee, however, but with utter terror. Seeing the Speartip Crag confirmed two things. One, that we were indeed seeing the coast of the old world. And two, that because we were looking at the crag from our left, we were going further westward. And on the northwestern tip of the old continent, at the end of this trajectory, there was only a single place of note. Usually, there'd be no way we could deduce from this vague direction that we were going exactly there. But everything, the overwhelming number of troops, the presence of the top brass, the enormous secrecy, it all combined with this simple direction into one horrifying, immobilizing realization. We are headed towards the Shrade Kingdom. Calling Shrade a kingdom these days is fairly misleading, actually. Once, the Shrade Kingdom was large and prosperous, controlling a vast part of the western continent. The Shrade were advanced, civilized, organized, and highly ambitious people. But then, they just vanish from the historic records. It is said that in a single night, the kingdom was brought down in its entirety as the castles crumbled and the people died in the thousands. Today, all that remains is the name Shrade, which is sometimes used to refer to the region around Kokoto, and a castle, the former capital of the kingdom, which sits at the northwesternmost tip of the continent. Why am I writing down a history lesson? Well, to distract myself, of course. From the moment we sighted Speartip Crag, the morale on our, and all other ships, plummeted. No more song, no more drink. All the hunters are silent. Some sob at night. Our superiors have stopped bothering to repeat the cover story about the island and the fanged beasts. In fact, almost all conversation has ceased. Without a single word being uttered, we had all understood where we were going, and what we were tasked with. What happened to Shrade was long considered a mysterious tragedy, a horror story that fascinated generations. While official sources simply describe it as vanishing overnight, public mythology quickly began to spread, and a different story took hold. The event that wiped out Shrade was given a name: Fatalis, the end of mankind. The name was taken from an old nursery rhyme that described a dragon that would end the world. Due to that connection, people quickly began believing that what had destroyed Shrade was indeed the dragon from that very poem. And as they are wont to do, the people took it further. Fatalis was the name of the dragon itself, a black dragon in fact, the king of dragons. It smothered Shrade in a sea of flames. It melts humans onto its skin to strengthen its hide. And should a hunter slay it, the armor made from its flesh will fuse with its killer and warp them into the next Fatalis, immortalizing the dragon for as long as humans exist. Just 3 short years ago, I, like many others, laughed at these rumors. Frightening legends meant to scare kids into eating their greens. But after what we had experienced, we knew in our bones that we could not just dismiss it. Zeno and Safi Jiva taught us that there are forces beyond comprehension. Alatreon taught us that black dragons exist and how powerful they really are. We could not reasonably ignore the very real possibility of Fatalis existing. And with this operation having unraveled its truth as it had, there was no doubt.
we had fought Alatreon, a black dragon. We were now on our way to fight Fatalis, the black dragon. I am reminded of the poem that name originated from. I'm surely not the only one. The poem was originally nameless, but after it had been connected to the Shrade tragedy through decades of mimetic repetition, most people began calling it the Legend of the Black Dragon. I cannot believe that that was coincidence. I knew that both the subject of the poem and the usurper of Shrade were one and the same. The poem was an elegy to the King of Dragons. When the world is full of wyverns, the legend is revived. Meat dissolves, bone decays, and blood is sucked up dry. It burns the earth and melts through iron. It boils the rivers and mows down trees. It awakens the winds and brings the inferno. It is called Fatalis, the Wyvern of Destiny. It is called Fatalis, the Wyvern of Destruction. Call for help, run for your lives, and don't forget to pray to the skies. It is called Fatalis, the Wyvern of Destiny. It is called Fatalis, the Wyvern of Destruction. Fatalis, Fatalis, heaven and earth are yours. Fatalis, Fatalis, heaven and earth are yours. That's the sound of the ramp being loaded. We are here. We are here. I want to go home. I want to go home. We have engaged the dragon. It is day 2 of our all-out assault on him. I have just recovered from my first shift. I will recount. Castle Shrade is a shadow of its former self. Its massive walls crumbled, and all traces of civilization rotted away. Despite that, the original layout of the forest is still as tactically advantageous as it was in its heyday. The main square is armed with cannons, ballistae, roaming guns, and even an antiquated dragonator. All you could ask for if you want to besiege an elder dragon. So we set up our fortifications, and we waited. According to the briefing, rumblings were heard from the castle, so if we staked it out, we would be sure to find our target. We didn't, however, anticipate how soon it would appear. As if specifically called forth by our presence, this thing emerged from the ruins, almost serpentine, except its massive wings and articulate limbs. I did not get a good look at it until my first shift. I really wish I hadn't. Everything was true. In fact, the legend did not do this creature justice. Its unnaturally long neck allowed its deadly maw to reach impossible angles and places. I saw a dual sword wielder be turned to ash after the beast craned its head under its tail through its armpit. Its hide is nigh on impenetrable and already adorned with the molten remains of my comrades. I even witnessed the so-called Sea of Flames. At one point, the fiend flew high up into the air, not through the force of its wings, but through the concentrated heat in its chest, rising it upwards. The hell it then unleashed was truly an ocean of fire that engulfed all the eye could see. My group only survived because we hid behind a metal fortification, which melted in the process. But none of that matters. No horror, no long-winded chain of terrible events can compare to the nightmare I endured in that single moment. As I was charging one of my swings, like I have done 1,000 times, the monster reared its head, swiping an arc across the floor to ram my brothers, an arc that ended with the head right in front of me. A perfect opportunity, but instead, I froze.
My body was paralyzed the instant I looked into its eyes. Or rather, it froze the moment I realized that this creature had no eyes. Its sockets held nothing I could call eyes. Instead, 2 rocks, orange gemstones, sat within them, attached seemingly to nothing. The sheer nonsense of this discovery chilled me to the bone. These sockets were filled with dead stone, and yet I could see it in them. Life. A life of pure, unadulterated malice. It peered into my soul, and within a few blinks of the eye, communicated to me eons of hate and destruction. These inanimate gems burned with a passion that sought to make me as dead as their rocky selves. But there was something else. Looking at these eyes, I felt a sensation utterly alien to me. Fear doesn't quite fit. It was more akin to primeval dread. I instinctively knew what I was looking at. I was not looking at an animal or even a monster. I was looking at my natural predator. I was looking at Fatalis. By the time I regained my senses, I had already been dragged back to our encampment, where I still remain for now. As I hear the battle continues on, the researchers are observing around the clock, struggling to compose a battle strategy. So far, all I've understood is that damaging the beast's horns cools its fire somewhat. I don't want to go back out there. I don't want to face it. I never want to stand in its presence again. I want to go far away. But I cannot. In that fateful instant, I saw the truth. This creature doesn't live to eat, to drink, to reproduce. Its one and only purpose is to torment humanity. Me being human means I will never be free so long as this demon stands. And despite that, I want to flee. I want to throw down my weapon. I don't want to go out there again. They will call me in soon, but I don't want to. Yet I must. No time to fall apart. I will face this devil alongside my brothers and sisters. And together we will show it what humanity is capable of. We are monster hunters, after all.
Well, this is it, I think. Thank you, everyone who's watched this series from the beginning, or everyone who's jumped in at a later episode. I am still not completely convinced I actually pulled it off. This was, roughly a year and a half in the making. And I just want to say I am very, very grateful for the support this has received. This was very much a weird thing for my channel, very much not part of the core appeal of it, at least. So I am very pleasantly surprised to see how many people enjoyed it nonetheless. A very special thank you to all our patrons, without whom this would not have been possible. And an extra special mention, of course, goes to Carthair, Fictionape, Cini, Courage, Eric Nelson, Iron Camel, Jameson Tate, Ludenther, Paracha, Peroskoko, Project Iceman, That's Just Ash, Wisdom Manari, Mr. Meander, and Geo. Another very special thank you goes to Bandlegaya Chris on Twitter. Without their threads and informative pieces on the Monster Hunter lore and ecology, I would have just been bumbling my way through this. And also a massive thank you to the Monster Hunter wiki, which is a wonderful collection of all sorts of information that form the basis for much of what you heard about here today. And yeah, I hope I can ever make anything that is as fun and as interesting as this again. But for now, I will see you off. Goodbye, be safe, and farewell.